I believe that's my cue to get started. That was a long, very good song. But greetings everybody. My name is Onya Sanu Chatoye. I use she and they pronouns. I'm a member of the National Committee of the Venceremos Brigade. Welcome. I believe now we can start the recording in Zoom. Great, thank you so much. So first, we want to open with some housekeeping notes, some logistical details to make sure that we have a successful and accessible stream. First, we're going to have language interpretation available. We will have ASL interpreters available. I believe they're going to be spotlit on the screen next to the speakers. We will also have Spanish and English translation available within the Zoom. If you would like to access translation, just hover at the bottom of the Zoom window. You'll see a globe icon on the far right. It's the last icon on the right, labeled interpretation. Click it, and then you can select the language that you want to hear, either English or Spanish. And also, as I mentioned, we're going to have ASL interpretation as well. There it is. Cool. All right, so again, if you need any language interpretation during this event, you can access that by going to the Zoom toolbar at the bottom of your window, clicking on the globe icon on the far right, and then selecting the language that you want to hear. Also, this whole conference, we're going to be talking about the necessity of taking back the land, of caring for the land as a relative instead of a piece of property. So it's very, very important that we ground ourselves in the knowledge that we are having this conference on stolen land. The entirety of the Western Hemisphere was stolen from indigenous nations in this hemisphere. I'm speaking to y'all from occupied Tiwa territory, also known as the city of Albuquerque, New Mexico. But the Tiwa people are whose land Albuquerque was built on. The only reason Albuquerque exists is because Spanish colonizers came here and stole the land from the rightful owners. That same process unfolded all over the world, as we will discuss today. It happened in Africa, where my people are from. It happened in Palestine. It happened in Australia. It happened throughout the Americas, in Asia. Land was taken. Land will be returned. We are doing a land acknowledgement, not just to say it, but to say that taking the land back is a necessary part of fighting for social justice. So, land back. Also, we want this to be a very interactive experience for y'all. We want to know what you're thinking, what you're feeling, what you're learning, what questions come up. And so we encourage you to make use of the Zoom platform's abilities to engage. You are encouraged to share your reactions. It's actually the button right next to the interpretation icon, the second one from the right. If you click that, you'll see there's some emojis available. You can raise your hand, you can clap, you can give a thumbs up, you can laugh, because I'm hilarious. You can do all kinds of reactions to share how you're feeling about how the event is unfolding. We also encourage you to use the chat if questions come up. As you're hearing from some of our brilliant presenters today, please put your questions in the chat. Please put your comments in the chat. Any resources, any links you want to share. A comrade just sent me an article from the People's Colonial Press talking about land back from a Marxist-Leninist perspective. It was amazing. So if you have things like that and you want to share, put them in the chat. Also, if you would like to see everybody, or if you want to switch between just spotlit speakers, in the upper right corner of your Zoom window, you'll see an icon that says View. If you click it, you'll see a list of options to change the view of Zoom. So speaker will show you the currently spotlit speaker, as well as the ASL interpreter. Gallery will show you a grid of panelists and MCs. So that is a choose your own adventure layout Zoom adventure. So yeah, those are the Zoom technical notes. If you have any questions, again, feel free to put them in the chat and we'll help you out. Also, if at any time throughout the day you would like to make a donation to support the work of the Venceremos Brigade, which my comrade's going to talk about in a little bit more detail in a moment, we're going to be dropping an online donation link in the chat. We encourage you to click that. Feel free to make a one-time donation. If you're feeling extra generous, please sign up to be a monthly sustainer. All of the funds raised via that link will go to support the work of the Venceremos Brigade. And to talk about what that work is and also to do some introductions, I'm going to pass it to my comrade, Sulan.
Hello, I'm so happy to be with everybody this morning. My name is Sulan. I use they, them pronouns and am up here on Puyallup and Coast Salish territory. I am also a member of the National Coordinating Committee of the Venceremos Brigade. So today we are here together because the Cuban blockade literally prevents our comrades on the island from being able to access Zoom. We are together here on Zoom and also here on Facebook, and we're gonna be doing some work to build our community together. We build our community regardless, and we're gonna do it through engaging each other and sharing a little bit about ourselves together. The first way is through something called Mentimeter. So I'm going to explain that in a second. But we want to know, where are we? Where do we live? So here's the link in the chat. It's going to pull up a website and I'll have 3 options. The first option is for your city. The second one is for your state. And the third one is for your country. If those options don't make sense to you, fill in what does. And then in a couple minutes, we'll be able to show on the screen all of the places that we're building together. Beautiful. So we see so many people from the States, from New York. Where else? From Albuquerque, Tacoma, the Bronx, Davidson, Austin. Wow, wow, wow. It's so beautiful. We're all over the place. See some people in the chat sharing where they're from. We have some people in Dallas, Texas, some people in North Carolina. Yes, I love it. Okay. Cute, some Seattle, some New Yorks. I love it. Okay, thank you for that, everybody. We're gonna keep going and keep sharing about where we are at. Please feel free to be in the comments on the Facebook live stream, in the comments on the Zoom. We wanna hear your pronouns, whose land you live on, and what inspired you to join us today. The final, for this part, bonding that we're gonna do is we're gonna talk about our mood that we're bringing in today. So on a scale of 1 to 12, on a Prince scale, Prince 1 to Prince 12, which will come up on the screen, please drop into the chat, drop into the live stream where you're at. It can be a combination, onto the poll that just popped up. There's 2 multiple choice questions because Zoom won't let us have all 12 princes at once. So you have to go from Prince option 1 to Prince option 6. If none of those are working for you, then you can put none of the above and do option 7 to 12. So for me today, I'm here in a combination of 1 to 12, or 1 and 12. I'm excited, I'm nervous, and we're seeing other people coming in at a Prince 4, a Prince 6, a Prince 7. Many people are at a Prince 7. Magical. What else? Cool. We'll give it a couple more minutes and then we'll share our screen, our poll directly. Okay, can we publish this poll? See where we're at together? Magical. Okay, I think most of us are at a Prince 7. The rest of us are falling at a 2, a 4, a Prince 12. I love it. Okay, as my comrade Oni was saying, I'm going to share a tiny bit about the Venceremos Brigade, and we'll watch a little bit of a movie and get right to our programming. The Venceremos Brigade is an anti-imperialist project of political education and voluntary labor in solidarity with Cuba. We are an intergenerational, multiracial, multicultural, gender expansive, inclusive collective of volunteers committed to changing US policy towards Cuba and strengthening relationships between the Cuban Revolution and movements for justice here in the States. Our goals are to end the US blockade and all US imposed travel restrictions and regime change programs, to end the illegal US military occupation of Guantanamo Bay, and to strengthen movements for justice in the US. Through exchange and collaboration with Cuba. We'll have a short video to share, and then we'll hand it back to Oni.
Caballeros, buenos días, bienvenidos a La Habana, Cuba, hora local, aproximadamente las 11:35 de la mañana. Nuestra tripulación con base en la ciudad de Miami, le damos las gracias por haber volado con nosotros.
Oh no, I think that maybe I got cut short. We have one tech problem so far. I'm sure there's gonna be many more. Could we get the movie pulled back up if possible? Cool.
Caballeros, buenos días, bienvenidos a La Habana, Cuba, hora local, aproximadamente las 11:35 de la mañana. Nuestra tripulación con base en la ciudad de Miami, le damos las gracias por haber volado con nosotros. Le pedimos que por su seguridad permanezca sentado con su cinturón completamente abrochado hasta que estemos en la puerta de llegada y el capitán haya apagado el aviso de abrocharse los cinturones. Mantenga los pasillos libres de acceso y los compartimientos superiores cerrados.
We believe in the constitutional right of U.S. citizens to travel, move, and freely associate. We demand an immediate end to all U.S. imposed restrictions on travel to and from Cuba, and we commit to civil disobedience in protest of these policies. At the same time, we recognize the privilege conferred by U.S. citizenship. We believe in the human right of all people worldwide to move freely, and we reject all attacks by the U.S. government on migrants inside and outside our borders.
Para no estorbarte, dejarte tranquila y dejar de mi pecho este inmenso dolor que me acaba la vida y decirte adiós. ¡Oh!
Humility, yeah.
So coming here, like doing that physical labor, just makes me feel more connected.
Solidaridad es no dar lo que nos sobra, sino compartir lo que tenemos.
You know, on one hand it means connecting with this land that is liberated and it's rare to touch, land that is free, but it also means contributing in a concrete way.
Create common understanding of how we move our work forward across all of our communities.
Connect with all the different stories of like what life here in Cuba is like.
Being shoulder to shoulder with people and coming in with respect.
La solidaridad no es más que compartir lo poco que tenemos, no es dar lo que nos sobra, es compartir con aquel que está necesitado, con aquel que necesita una mano amiga y simplemente estar en el momento preciso.
Taking the next step to actually engage in activities that are supportive, that are loving, that are based on mutual respect, and that are also grounded in understanding.
And common struggle with anyone else who's making that effort, because it has to be international in scope and not just thinking about your own country, but how all the countries and movements need to help each other and cooperate.
Thank you for sharing that movie with us and for sharing a little bit about yourselves in the chat and on the live stream. That's our little grounding on Venceremos Brigade, and I'm going to pass it back to On.
Thank you so much, Shulan. That video brought back so many fond memories. I traveled to Cuba with the Venceremos Brigade for the very first time 2 years ago. It changed my life. I often like to say that I thought that I was an anti-imperialist before I went to Cuba, and then when I got there, I was like, no, you were not. But I did become one from the experience. The reason why Cuba is such an incredible place is not because it's some romantic ideal. It's actually imperfect. It's actually full of contradictions. But what it also represents is the collective process of transformation undertaken by an entire people who were committed to their liberation, who decided that they were no longer going to sit under the boot of capitalism and imperialism, that a better way was possible. They were going to fight for it and build it together. And not only have they done so, but they have done so under constant attack for over 6 decades by the most powerful and dangerous empire that has ever existed. The US blockade on Cuba is a deliberately genocidal policy meant to exact suffering upon the masses of regular people in Cuba, not upon the Cuban government, not upon some communist boogeyman, but upon regular people just like me and you, whose only so-called crime was fighting for a better way of life, was fighting for a way of living that was more humanistic, that was more collective, that was about living in harmony with each other and with the planet instead of living for extraction and profit. And so Cuba is a remarkable example of what we can achieve when we are organized and committed to being free. Cuba is also a model that we desperately need to learn from. Cuba is pursuing humanistic policies to deal with medical inequality, to deal with catastrophic climate change, to deal with inequality in society, issues like racism, issues like gender and sexual violence. Cuba still has those problems, but Cuba is working collectively to address them. And it's such an important model to learn from. And so today, that's why we're here. We're here to honor the Cuban Revolution. We're here to learn from the Cuban Revolution, and we're here to understand why Cuba must be defended from the belly of the beast and beyond. So like I mentioned, this entire hemisphere is an Indian burial ground. The entire Western Hemisphere is stolen land. African people have had their land stolen, Palestinian people have had their land stolen, Indigenous peoples in Canada and Australia have had their land stolen, and all over the world we see the consequence of that has been catastrophic environmental destruction. And so today we're going to have a panel discussion of Indigenous and African organizers talking about the necessity of taking the land back as part of a revolutionary process, as part of a struggle to build socialism and decolonize. We're also going to have a film screening of a documentary about Cuba's 100-year plan to fight climate change. The documentary is called Cuba's Life Task, Combating Climate Change. And we'll have one of the creators of it, Helen Yaffe, here to answer some questions for y'all after we watch it. And then we're going to end the day with an organizing workshop in which comrades will show y'all how you can organize a Cuba Solidarity car caravan in your very own city. So we have a packed day. It's going to be very dynamic. It's going to be full of educational opportunities for you to engage. So again, we encourage you to use those reactions, to use that chat, and to participate fully in this conference, because the more interactive it is, the more successful it will be. We also want to say that we understand that unfortunately, in the belly of the beast, Cuba is a very contentious topic. A lot of propaganda has been spread about the Cuban Revolution, about the Cuban people, and so for that reason, sometimes people seek to disrupt spaces like this. It's unfortunate, but we understand it as a reality, and so we do have a team and a plan in place to make sure the space remains safe and accessible for the entire day. If folks are engaging in disruptive ways, it will be addressed. We just wanted to give you a heads up that we have a plan in place to deal with any possible disruptions that may arise, and our goal, our objective is to keep this a safe, accessible, and welcoming space for all the folks that want to participate. To that end, we have some community agreements that we'd like to use to co-create this space together. I'm going to go through them with y'all. Thank you for sharing the screen. So first up, first community agreement, we want to respect the space, people, stories, and time. We have a slate of incredible speakers who are about to drop some knowledge on y'all. We want to respect them by paying attention and listening to what they have to share with us, engaging and being present when they're speaking, so please do that. Next agreement is we want to co-create a revolutionary space for generative exchange. Revolution is not a romantic ideal. Revolution is a collective process. There is no fixed start point or end point. It's just an ongoing process of complete societal and individual transformation. We want to create like a little microcosm of what that feels like in this space, and so help us do that together. We also want to center equity over equality. And so understanding that we are citizens of an empire, many of us are living in the belly of the beast. Many of us are continuously indoctrinated into imperialist propaganda. We are constantly taught lies about nations like Cuba, like Zimbabwe, like indigenous nations that are being attacked by imperialism. And so perhaps at some point during this conference, you might hear something you don't agree with. You might hear something that you don't believe is true based on that conditioning. But please understand that learning to be anti-imperialist will make you uncomfortable at first, but the journey is worth the destination. Also, we are seeking understanding, and principled discussion are welcome. So we encourage folks again to engage in discussion, to engage in questions in the chat, to use those reactions, and to make this as interactive as possible. We welcome your questions. We welcome principled struggle. We want this to be a space of ideas and learning. Also, follow the leadership of those most impacted by white supremacy, cis heteropatriarchy, and colonization. Make connections and resist tangents. Participate, move up, move back. And that means that if you are a person who finds yourself talking a lot in situations like this, definitely feel free to participate, but also thinking about making space for folks who might be a little bit more quiet, a little bit more shy, a little bit more anxious to share what they want. How do we make this a space where everybody feels comfortable engaging? Move up, move back is a way to do that. We also want to look for ways to build up and not only break down. Revolution is not about destruction. Revolution is about building as well. We are destroying old worlds, but we also are building new worlds that are centered around life and collectivism. And so we are looking for ways to build up and not only break down. And lastly, key lesson, we want to hold deep complexity without perfectionism. Revolutions are projects undertaken by human beings, me and you, we are riddled with contradictions, but it's okay. We don't need to be perfect. We just need to try. So hold deep complexity without perfectionism is our last community agreement. So that, let me go back to this one show. I apologize. Okay, so yeah, those are our community agreements. So now we can start moving into the main content of our conference, beginning with our very first session. I'm gonna be talking for a while because I am moderating the very first session. We are very, very pleased to present to y'all a panel discussion of African and Indigenous and Cuba Solidarity organizers talking about the necessity of taking the land back, AKA land reform projects, as part of a process of decolonization and building socialism. I would like to introduce our speakers, and I will do so now. So first up, we have my dear comrade, Julia Faye Bernal. Julia Bernal is from the Pueblo of Sandia and the Yuchi Nation in Oklahoma. She is the current director for Pueblo Action Alliance, a grassroots organization in Southern Tiwa Territory that focuses on the environmental, social, and racial justice issues impacting Indigenous communities in the Pueblo territories. Julia has contributed her analysis on environmental issues with her perspective on New Mexico water and environmental policies and governance, particularly with the focus on the oil and gas industry and adverse impacts that affect the environment, the water, and the people. She advocates for the decolonization of water policy and stolen water resources for rematriation. Welcome, Julia. Our next, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was just saying thank you so much. It's an honor to be here.
Yes, very happy to have you. Our next panelist is Comrade John Trimble. John has worked towards pan-africanism for over 45 years, organizing African Liberation Day activities in the United States, Zimbabwe, Kenya, and South Africa. He has organized with the All African People's Revolutionary Party, which is also my party, since 1975, conducting work in the United States, Canada, Europe, India, Ghana, Zimbabwe, Rwanda, Kenya, Namibia, and South Africa. He inspires to use technology to empower communities to advance the broader Pan-African agenda. He currently serves as the president of the International Network on Appropriate Technology and a professor in industrial engineering at Tshwane University of Technology. John Trimble first visited Zimbabwe in 2002. He lived in Bulawayo, Zimbabwe from 2003 to 2004, and again from 2012 to 2013. He has also traveled there every year for various projects until the COVID-19 pandemic. He also helped organize international conferences on technology in Bulawayo in 2004, 2006, and Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe in 2016. Welcome, John Trimble.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Cool, thank you. And then our last but not least panelist is Manolo de los Santos. They are an educator and organizer, founder and director of the People's Forum NYC, and a researcher with the Tri-Continental Institute for Research. Welcome, Manolo. Thank you all for joining us.
It's a pleasure to join you all.
So you know who our panelists are. Now I would like to hand it to Comrade Julia to open us up with our first talk for the LandBack Panel.
Great, thank you, Oni. I have a couple of slides prepared, so I will go ahead and share my screen with everybody. Let me just, here we go. Okay. Well, first off, hinomopoyu tadaikam kitupap tatoshetoyai. I just welcomed everybody in my native language, which is Tiwa, hence the Tiwa territory. So I'm calling in from what is now known as Sandia Pueblo, but its traditional name is Tuyai, which is the Green Reed Place, and Sandia Pueblo and Isleta Pueblo are the two Southern Tiwa speaking Pueblo nations in New Mexico. And our homelands used to be what is now called Albuquerque, New Mexico, and actually was one of the landscapes for one of the first direct actions against Spanish conquest, which was the Tigre War of 1540 and 41. And my ancestors held off Spanish Inquisition for about 80 days. And, you know, this was like steel versus sticks and rocks, you know, so I just want to pay homage to my ancestors who have been resisting against colonialism since very, very first contact. And so thank you, Herkem. Thank you so much for allowing me to share a perspective from a Pueblo feminist perspective. Pueblo people are a part of the indigenous peoples of what is now called New Mexico. And we are, you know, a particularly different tribe of indigenous peoples because we're from the Southwest, and there's 20 Pueblos, and we all have our different languages and traditions, but very similar values. And so the value systems that I'm going to talk about today is actually very imperative to these conversations around decolonizing, around land back, and our perspective on water back. Because our people have been governed by spiritual and natural law since time immemorial. And these values have helped us create societies and economies that have directed us, instructed us to live in reciprocity with the natural world. And we can define this as an indigenous worldview, a matriarchal worldview, if you will. And this worldview is directly combating what is now the European heteropatriarchal worldview that has led us to land destruction and climate chaos and oppression of people that have darker skin. And so, you know, us in the Southwest, we wanted us to define regionally what decolonizing means to us, because decolonizing has been a term that is unfortunately been co-opted by, you know, Western academia, maybe thinking along the lines of decolonizing, you know, your food or your mind. But our definition of decolonizing is this removal of European occupation and a resurgence of indigenous identity. And the removal of European occupation is also these paradigms and societal ideas around property and what is, how can we make the most productivity off of our property? And it totally disregards any sort of reciprocity or respect with the natural world, because I mean, let's face it, everything we have, you know, even our cell phones, all of these materials and resources come from the natural world. And we live in a global capitalist system that just likes to take and take and take and create surplus, because that's how our markets have situated themselves. And so when we're defining land back also, we want to reiterate this notion that land back isn't about indigenous people, you know, taking property values back. It's more, and it's not about building this pan-indigenous empire. It's about this resurgence of indigenous identity on how we're stewarding and caring for our landscapes. And it's going to look different regionally because we're not all monolithic. We're very different indigenous peoples. And so that in itself is the opportunity for indigenous nations to think very creatively and deeply about what it means to remove European influence or European constructs over how we govern ourselves, remove that and assert Indigenous worldview again. And so LandBack also to us is providing these stepping stones in order for us to achieve our long-term vision and our long-term goals. And ultimately, the goal is to achieve that full inherent sovereignty and self-determination that Indigenous peoples fight for on a global scale. I think, it's fair to say that on a global spectrum, Indigenous people are fighting against extractive economies and fighting for that, again, resurgence of sovereignty. But more specifically, I wanted to talk a little bit more about what kind of issues we're facing in Pueblo territories, like Tiwa territory. And so we offered this sister campaign along with the LandBack movement around water. So we're saying that we can't have land back unless we have water back as well. And here specifically in the Southwest, we are challenged against changing climate, increased populations and urbanizations that encroach on Indigenous territories. We're also facing economic disparities, and water is the center of all of this chaos. And so water back is also a step towards Indigenous communities to declare independence from the US empire. This can be seen in many different ways. I truly believe that if we had full political power over our water as we should, we would govern it a lot differently. And thus the regional governance around water would have to fall back into the jurisdiction of Native nations. We can argue that that's a better situation for the issues that we're facing here in the Southwest around water. And so in the Southwest, it's interesting because the US empire, they base their water jurisdiction and water statutes through what they call prior and appropriation laws. And it's meaning water is used for beneficial use and then allocated through certain types of water rights. So Indigenous communities were constantly having to fight over whether or not we have historical or ancestral or Aboriginal right over water, which we do. Unfortunately, we're sometimes at the mercy of Supreme Court systems that interpret the law a lot differently than we do. And if you really want to understand the treatment of Indigenous people, look at law in a sequenced order, and you'll definitely see that the law was created for us to implode, for our rights to become fractured. And so this is something that we're constantly having to address in terms of building our nations, building infrastructure for our nations, ensuring that there's clean water, that we, have resources for medical care. The list goes on in terms of the disparities that Indigenous people face, in the US. So going back to the water issue, but, without water, we can't tend for our land, and without the land, we can't have the water. So they're synonymous with each other. And so in the Southwest, we're focusing a lot on our Pueblo territories. And so this is really an act of rematriation, and rematriation isn't exactly the opposite of heteropatriarchy. It's not about reasserting a woman's perspective. No, it's about reasserting balance between communities and the natural world. That is what this rematriation movement is look like. And it also encompasses this Pueblo feminist perspective. And that in itself is also a resurgence of Indigenous identity, because we view certain living entities like the earth and the water as mothers. And so if we have the opportunities to reassert these values and reassert personhood to riverways, waterways, and to land bases, then maybe we would treat these systems a lot differently. So that's also part of this land back movement is rematriation. And I just want to end it with this perspective coming from Pueblo indigenous peoples, is that we still practice our traditional ways. We still have dances and songs, and a lot of these are prayers to our water deities to ask for abundance and to ask for rain and snow. And this worldview and this act of, I guess you could again say, reciprocity between people, communities, and the natural world, it actually works. You could argue that this in itself is a watershed management strategy, but this is again a worldview that is conflicting with the dominant paradigm. And so shifting paradigms is what really needs to happen in order for land back and water back to be accomplished. And these original instructions that we live by, we constantly say that it's not just beneficial for us, but it's beneficial for everybody. And that in itself should be looked at as a more, I guess, equitable approach on how we're addressing climate change, how we're addressing land-based issues, especially with like extractive industries. And so this opportunity for indigenous people to reassert, have a resurgence of traditional ecological knowledge could definitely provide those ecological solutions as we're facing rising temperatures and other climate stressors. And so just wanted to give this quote, "Water can talk with water." Us as water beings have the ability to talk to our water deities and ask for that abundance. And so, that is a lot of what we're fighting for, is for our worldview to be this dominant paradigm. And that in itself will be beneficial for everybody. So I can go ahead and stop there. And yeah, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Julia, for grounding us in the need to change the worldview. We live in a capitalist system that sees the very lands we live on, the water we need to survive, the air we need to survive, as commodities to be exploited. And what indigenous peoples all around the world teach us is that instead of treating those as resources to be exploited, we need to treat those as relatives. We need to treat those as living beings that we have a responsibility to protect rather than exploit. So thank you so much for that grounding. Next, I want to bring up Comrade Manolo de los Santos from the People's Forum to talk about what taking the land back looked like during the Cuban Revolution.
Well, again, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to join you all in conversation across the country and across the globe. I think constantly people are asking, why is it that the US government has maintained what have been 6 decades of open and declared war against the people of Cuba? And it's not just because the Cubans are good people. It's not because we find them exciting or anything, but because they've actually have led a profound revolution that cut at the core of US hegemony in the region, which was the control of land. The first anti-imperialist land reform that took place in our region took place in Cuba on May 17th, 1959. The first time any country in Latin America successfully and seriously took on the question of taking back land from North American transnational companies that at that point in history owned a majority of arable land in the country, set the defining agenda and standard for any land reform project, not just in Latin America, but in the rest of the world. We cannot talk about land reform anywhere else without referring back to the Cuban process of land reform, because it was so profound, so deep, and so hurtful of US economic interests in Cuba that to this day, the US has not forgiven the Cuban Revolution for that. If the Cuban Revolution was only a question of providing poor people with healthcare and education, that could be forgiven. That could be passed about. But the fact that the Cuban Revolution took away the property of major landowners in the United States is not forgiven. In fact, we often talk about the Helms-Burton Law and how it affects or internationalizes the US blockade against Cuba. But the premise of this Helms-Burton Law is that any company around the world that profits on land that was seized by the Cuban people from these US landowners is therefore liable to fines and charges by the US government. In fact, this Helms-Burton Law allows anyone in the US who claims that they lost property or had property seized from them during the Cuban Revolution to apply for money and for applying to the right of taking that land back in Cuba. Of course, that Helms-Burton Act only leads the way for counter-revolution against the people of Cuba. But I wanted to go deeper into history to talk about the process itself of land reform in Cuba, because I think it helps us better understand what our own understanding of the future could be. In a sense, we have to always return to the future in order to actually think about land back in a defined, concrete way that has meaning for us. Firstly, is that when the first law of land reform takes place in Cuba in 1959, the immediate result was that over 100,000 peasants, landless workers, people who had been forced for decades to work under the most cruel conditions, many of them Black and brown, many of them excluded and illiterate, many of them houseless, for the first time received a land title. But these were individual titles, meaning that individually people were allowed to reclaim land. And it was a first experiment in Cuba's socialist revolution, because there was a limited understanding of how far the project could go at that moment. And while it was an important step, because it actually challenged the monopoly land holdings of US landowners, it didn't fully change the relationship to land, because the relationship to land was still being between individuals and this thing called land property. It wasn't until 1963 that there's a second land reform that was extremely more radical, that then proposes that we have to find different ways and more concrete ways of actually changing the purpose of land, which is not one to actually make profit, but it's to serve the needs of both humanity and the planet itself. And in that second land reform, Cuba actually expands the number of people who have access to land and actually turns about 70% of all arable land into the hands of the people through collective ownership in the state. All of this led to actually further developments going into the 70s and into the 80s, where there's a stronger and more influential sector of land being held in cooperative form, meaning the majority of land is not in the hand of individuals, but rather of farmers who voluntarily and willingly join all their resources. They sell their individual land titles to a collective cooperative, and therefore in that process actually increase their ability to grow healthy, delicious food for the people and have better resources to then protect the land itself. Ultimately, the key thing here and the key element of what Cuba's experiences has been, going back to 1959 and going through all its evolution and all the changes that have taken place in Cuba in the last 60 years is that ultimately there can be no process of restitution. There can be no process of reparation. There can be no process of transformation of the relations between land, labor, and capital unless there is a transformation of the economic system itself. While we engage in struggles around, for land back now, they are not complete if we're not at the same time struggling and organizing for the eradication of the capitalist system itself. And for us, this question becomes more urgent today. And Cuba is also showing the path on this, that the question of land is also the question of the survival of this planet. If we continue to keep land in the hands of the few who use it only to maximize their profit, we see how the prices of water are exorbitant at this point. The rate of profit over the most basic natural resources is through the roof, even in the middle of an economic crisis. It's pointing to us that if we don't take the land back, there won't be a planet to talk of in decades to come. In fact, I'm so happy that Helen is going to talk later about Plan Tarrea, because ultimately Cuba's response is, it's not enough to say we need to end climate change. We need to end capitalism for humanity and the planet to survive. And the planet can only survive under a socialist society, because only under socialism, and Cuba's experience has demonstrated it, can we actually pass from a sense of land back to individuals or reparations to individuals, from reparations and land back to the collective body of the people. Because only the collective cooperative element of society can actually provide for all of us and at the same time take care of the planet we live on. I saw a comment already about the Haitian experience. And of course, Cuba owes a lot of its own experiences in land reform to the Haitian Revolution. But it was turned back. That great land reform that started with the Haitian Revolution was turned back by US imperialism and colonialism. And what the Cuban Revolution teaches is that it's not enough to take back the land. You have to build a society capable of taking care of it and keeping it in the hands of the people for decades and centuries to come. That is the legacy that the revolution leaves us, which is to organize, to struggle, but to dream of a socialist future. Because without it, there will be no life on the planet for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manuel de los Santos, for that history of land reform in Cuba, also for highlighting the absolute necessity of the transformation of the economic system in order to make sure that land back can become a reality. We do need a revolution. We do need socialism in order to take the land back and keep it. And it is extremely correct to frame it as a life and death kind of situation, y'all. Because on the trajectory that capitalism and imperialism have us on, we are not going to survive as a species. But if we take the land back and build socialism, we will survive for centuries longer. It is really a life and death struggle we find ourselves in right now. So thank you so much. And lastly, but not least, I would like to bring up my comrade, John Trimble, to talk about a project of land back that gets a lot of lies and myths in the United States and in the West in general. That is Zimbabwe's land reform program.
Thank you, Conrad. As she mentioned, my name is John Trimble. I'm an organizer with the All African People's Revolutionary Party. And Manolo, I really liked your presentation. I think that you hit it right at center in terms of we have to end capitalism. I'm going to speak of three main points. First, just some history of the land reclamation process, and then highlight the type of sanctions that imperialism is putting in place to counter and to the work that's being done in terms of attempting a regime change, and then speak of what our response should be. To begin with, the issue of land was what the liberation struggle was about. It wasn't simply a matter of removing a white European president. It was about empowering the people, which meant that it was about land. And in the Lancaster House Agreement in 1979, there was a contentious struggle over land. And it ended with the agreement that they would have what was called willing seller, willing buyer, which basically meant selling land at the market price. But in return, Jimmy Carter and Margaret Thatcher had agreed to basically fund this land reclamation by putting up $5 billion. Now, what happened was Jimmy Carter didn't get elected, so the US reneged immediately on that plan. And during the next 20 years, instead of $5 billion, only $60 million was spent. And the problem there was buying back land at market prices. So that was really a problem. So then when Tony Blair came into power in the UK, he just reneged on the deal altogether. And this is what led the former liberation fighters, after waiting 20 years now, in 1999, to start seizing farms. And in response to this seizure, this is where the Zimbabwe government, under the leadership of President Mugabe and ZANU-PF, organized a very well-structured plan to basically reclaim over 4,500 farms from European farmers and distribute them to over 350,000 African families. And this is significant because the average family size in Zimbabwe is about 8. So you're talking about how this is reaching out to millions of people in these rural areas. But to highlight the process that actually took place here, it wasn't as they indicate in the media. There were teams, they were organized that canvassed the various land and determined which was most appropriate to reclaim in each stage. And many people don't realize that the larger farms like dairy farms, sugar plantations were not seized. They were taxed, but they were not seized. What was largely seized were these white farms, which much of the land was not even used. And in this case, what quite often was done is a farmer may have had like 1,000 hectares, and he's only using a couple of hundred of them. And then he was allowed to remain on a small part, and the rest of the land was seized. Very seldom were there actually total farms seized. And this is the misnomer that was given in terms of this being a very well-organized process. When I first visited in 2002, I even saw in the newspaper where they listed different sectors that the government was going to seize and gave the owners the opportunity to appeal in the court process if they felt that that they were actually justifiably using the land. So there was a serious process that was involved in terms of not only determining what land was to be taken, but actually allowing the option for farmers to appeal the process. The next item that clearly needs to be clarified is the land was distributed locally. There's this misinformation that somehow ZANU-PF and its leadership under President Mugabe sat in the capital and distributed these lands to their families and friends, which is a total dishonest portrayal of things. Now, there was various efforts set out by the government to actually assist the new farmers. And this is where I need to go to the next slide to show you some of the things that crippled that opportunity. First of all, one of the things that happened was Zimbabwe was suspended from the Commonwealth in 2002 as a response to the land reclamation, even though they claimed it was in response to human rights violations, but that was a sham. And then it was a 12-month suspension, and the suspension was supposed to end, but instead, the head of the Commonwealth at that time was from Australia, and he said no, unilaterally made the decision that Zimbabwe was not going to be allowed in. And then the major powers in the Commonwealth Australia, the UK, and Canada, note those are two other settler colonies, were basically manipulated so that Zimbabwe would not be allowed back in. And then the following year, Zimbabwe just left. So there were also EU sanctions. But one of the most devastating set of sanctions was that set by the US government in 2002, and that was the Zimbabwe Democracy and Economic Recovery Act. Many thought that once Obama came to power that this would be changed, but it did not change. And we know now, even with Biden, he recently issued a letter saying that even though there has been a new president in Zimbabwe, that he's going to continue these sanctions. And the crippling effect of these sanctions is that they basically don't allow any interaction with the IMF, the World Bank, and basically cut off the ability for a country to have credit. And this is what creates this runaway inflation in any country. To give you an example, when I was there in 2003, and they had a wonderful plan the government set up to supply tractors to new farms. The budget they issued and publicly announced allowed for most of the funding to go to one, to the new farmers, and secondly, to education. An example, I was a professor there, and we were supposed to get a lab of new computers, 30 computers. But because of this hyperinflation, we ended up being able to get 2 computers. So a similar thing happened with the farmers. They had allocated thousands of tractors to be used by new farmers. And because of these sanctions that imposed this lack of ability to have credit, it crippled all of these efforts. And they weren't able to supply the tractors and the seeds that initially had been allocated. So this devastation of sanctions has created billions of dollars worth of lost opportunity in Zimbabwe. Even the opposition party published on their website how that this has caused over $50 billion worth of damage to the economy. So this is why it's so important for us to openly oppose the sanctions in every effort that we can. We at the All African People's Revolutionary Party see that the way to empower not only the citizens and the masses in Zimbabwe, but across Africa, is that we must come together as a unified Africa. We must liberate all of Africa, and it must be developed under scientific socialism. So I agree with the previous speaker that capitalism must fall. We see that in this process that we had to clearly understand the nature of neocolonialism and how that it's orchestrated by these multinational corporations that are extracting our resources. Zimbabwe and South Africa have the largest sources of platinum in the world. The 3 largest sources of platinum are Zimbabwe, South Africa, and Russia. And yet we find that the platinum mining industry here in occupied Tanzania, where I am in Zimbabwe, is dominated by companies like Impala Platinum, which is a multinational corporation that is basically based in the European and US centered in terms of how it's funded and how it operates. So these type of situations, whether it's the platinum mining, whether it's the brick companies that we had in Bulawayo, whether it's the banks that exist that basically are operated through Britain largely, that we see that this setup is basically the multinational corporations, the banking system, and then on top of that, the international agencies like the World Bank and the IMF that basically create the problems that we see in Zimbabwe and across the global South because of this neo-colonial operation. Now, that's not to discount the neo-colonial leadership that we see in many places that are basically the puppets that are going along with the puppet master operations of multinationals. But it's important for us to understand that the real puppet masters are these multinational corporations like Impala Platinum. We see it as important to extend this notion of bringing land back to the people And in this case, we're struggling around Zimbabwe, but we see that Africa is for Africans. The indigenous people must take the land back. Here in occupied Azania, this is a major issue. We find that it's important to also have solidarity with Palestinians that have had their land taken or getting more taken from places like Jerusalem every day, and the Irish. Many people don't realize that the so-called UK has claimed Northern Ireland, which is not part of the island of England, but is part of Ireland. And we certainly recognize that the peoples of America and Australia, that they're the original people, are the true owners of the land, and there must be a fight to bring justice in this situation. So we see that our fight against settler colonialism has not ended, but is just beginning. And that what we see now is a settler capitalism that maintains an ugly face across the world. In working together, we see it's important for us to come together in programs like this, to come together in organizations like Venceremos, to come together in other ways where we clearly identify our allies and alliances. One of the things that we want to see extended in part of our effort is Anti-Sanctions Day is October 25th. This was declared by SADC, and in Southern Africa, the different organizations organize around this day to call for an end to the sanctions that have been crippling Zimbabwe. We also feel it's important in terms of our struggle and support of Palestine to engage in the worldwide anti-Zionist movement, and in terms of our efforts across Africa, the worldwide pan-African movement, or WWPAM. So all of these efforts are about us working together, and this is important. And this is why I think this platform here is so key. Thank you.
Thank you once again to Comrade John Trimble. Myth busting about Zimbabwe, man, they lie on Cuba, Zimbabwe's land reform, on land reform projects in general, because as the comrade just laid out, this capitalist imperialist system that we are suffering under wants to privatize everything on the planet, including the air we breathe, the land we're standing on, the water we need to live. So we need another way of thinking about our relationship to land. Like Julia said, we need a socialist revolution to make sure that the land stays back, as Manolo and John laid out. And we have to be prepared to defend anti-imperialist nations that take the land back, because imperialism will never let it go. Imperialism attacks those nations using blockades, using sanctions, using propaganda, using attempts to overthrow their democratically elected government, pulling all the stops to reverse this process of taking the land back. So thank you so much, comrades, for uplifting that. Now we're going to move into the Q&A section of the panel. And this will be your opportunity to ask any questions of the panelists that may have come up as you heard them speak, or any questions you have about what land reform looks like and why it's necessary. To kick off the Q&A, we do have some prepared questions to start the discussion. So I believe the panelists are all going to be spotlit with me, but I'll go ahead and read the first question and then also put it in the chat to start us off. So first question, taking the land back is often framed as a pie in the sky, an unworkable step in anti-colonial and anti-imperialist struggles. But how does the history of land reform and the current reality of land back movements and fights for sovereignty and national liberation show that land back is a tactic that must be taken seriously? And also, how does taking the land back improve the lives of the masses of oppressed people fighting for liberation? And I would love to hand it to Julia if you have an answer to kick us off.
Sure, thank you. And thank you to John and Manolo for your perspectives, because this really is a global effort to teach what land back actually really is, and the steps that you can take in order to accomplish that. But I think the attempt to, I mean, and of course I can only speak from my perspective, but there's been an attempt to erase the historic events relating to Indigenous resistance. We're not taught that our people organize themselves against colonization and this privatization of lands and waters and resources. And so it's important for organizations like, you know, AAPRP with PAA, Pueblo Action Alliance, and other organizations like the Venceremos Brigade that brings people together so that way we can share these histories of resistance, because they ultimately help us shape the types of realities that we would like to live in the future. And a lot of that innovation and creativity has been stripped from us because we've been indoctrinated to think that capitalism is a system that works for you. You just have to work really hard at it. But most of us that are born into oppression stay in oppression. And so it's up to us, collective people power, to rewrite those narratives. And, you know, when I was talking earlier, and this is even deep decolonial work I have to do myself, is that sometimes conveying perspectives from Indigenous peoples, people don't take it seriously because they may think that it's silly. You know, people talking to rain, that's silly. That doesn't do anything good for us. But we can't undermine these strategies, these worldviews that have worked for us since time immemorial. And so there's a lot of work that has to be done in order for us to keep reasserting these perspectives, so that way they are taken seriously in conflicting dominant paradigms. And I think Indigenous people have also been like the catalyst in terms of having to explain to people why we're oppressed. You know, I've read literature by, I think his name is Jack Forbes, who is a Lakota scholar and wrote Columbus and Other Cannibals, and he very so eloquently diagnosed colonization as a disease, as a cannibalistic disease, and that is coming from a Lakota perspective, and that makes a lot of sense. You know, this want to consume, oppress is a very cannibalistic act. And so we have to think about how this works as a disease. What are the symptoms? How do we diagnose this? Like what can we prescribe in order to combat, you know, these oppressive cycles? And so it's important that we center these ideologies in order for us to think about and deeply think about what kind of futures we want to live in. So.
Thank you so much. John or Manolo, do you have thoughts on this question?
I definitely think, you know, it is pie in the sky to think that we can achieve these things under the current system. To think that somehow these struggles will have definitive results that somehow transform our lives without fully thinking surpassing the system, that's pie in the sky. Believing that nonprofit money and NGOs are going to lead us in this process is pie in the sky. Not giving space to political organization and to political education as tools for liberating ourselves, that is pie in the sky. I do believe very strongly though, and I think all the experiences, Cuba, Zimbabwe, all these countries paint out a very clear process. LandBack can only happen when you have people who are deeply organized and have a profound understanding of their conjuncture, of the reality they're living in, and have then the capacity to take on socialist ideology, of not building just a project for a small group of people or for a minority, but actually building a project for a country, for a people as a whole. I think that's still an element of what we need in the United States. That's what makes the pie in the sky actually the very real rice and beans that we eat here every day on our plates. I often go back to this question of the future. I don't think the future is a far off or idealistic question. I think the future is an urgent necessity now. But what are the tools and what are the instruments we use to build there? To get to that point are key questions that often are not addressed in our debates. We often want to separate political organization, political education. We have put Marxism away in the closet and hid it away because we don't want to sound too radical and lose funding for this or that. We have to put this back into the center of the discussion. Land back under capitalism would be actually a step back for all of us. If land were to be given back to individuals, even in our own communities, it would be a step back for our political process. Only under a collective liberation process, also known as socialism, will we be able to actually move on as a humanity.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that. I think that we should see, for instance, what we're doing in Zimbabwe in terms of land reclamation as a step toward a socialist process. It's not a socialist process in itself, in that it is similar to the first stage that Manolo mentioned that happened in Cuba, where individuals were given land. Here there were families being given land. And the critical point of it is that this empowers communities. And the more that people are empowered, the more that they can heighten the class struggle. And this is, I think, the important step, because there are some ultra left that boo-hooed this whole process and said, okay, all you're doing is just creating petty capitalists in terms of these small farmers. No, what you're doing, you're empowering communities. And it's an important difference in terms of understanding that. And it's important, I think, that in terms of what Manolo mentioned, that we continue on and heighten the socialist process. This is only the first step. But a signal in terms of how important it is the response that we got from imperialism. Imperialism dogged out Zimbabwe. It came up with all kinds of excuses. Oh, the election is bogus. Mugabe has been in power for 20 years. I mean, and some of it is just so ridiculous. You know, here in the US, you have a system called electoral college that is as far away from any kind of democracy that you can imagine. And in the case of Zimbabwe, they were not gonna allow someone to be a sitting president unless they got 51% of the vote, and they went to have a runoff. And what happens is you have the imperialists come and raise all kinds of shenanigans about how this is improper. So I think we have to study the response that imperialism makes when we take these little steps, and it's a little step, but it is about empowering the communities. That's the contribution I wanted to make at this point. Thank you.
Thank y'all so much for those excellent responses, always constantly grounding us in the necessity of a revolution to overthrow the capitalist system. Next question I have for y'all is directly related to impending climate devastation, thanks to the destruction that capitalism has wrought upon our environment. And that question is, what impact would LandBack and revolutionary land reform projects have on climate change and the future of our planet? And I will pass it to Manolo to answer first.
Well, I think, for this, my reference is not just Cuba, but the experience of the landless workers movement of Brazil, the MST, that constantly talks about how a process of land reform has to be decisively against agribusiness and to actually destroy agribusiness's hold over agriculture around the world. That is the process by which the agribusiness actually injects, in Latin America alone, it's millions of tons of agrotoxins that go into our food every day. This process not just affects the health of human beings, but ultimately affects the health of this planet. And To take back land is to actually take back land to save the planet. I think that is the major question. And to transform the process of agriculture itself, the use of the land, again, in a cooperative manner, to actually serve the needs of the people. At this point, our planet is overproducing food and still leaving millions of people on the planet hungry. I mean, it actually angers me that in places like the UN conferences on climate, COP26, and the upcoming COP, which will be on the African continent, you will have all these presidents and former presidents and current imperialists like the Biden administration coming to talk about the need to deal with climate change, but don't actually deal with the presence of millions of people who go hungry every day on this planet, mostly in the third world, and many, in fact, inside the United States itself. That is part of what we have to answer. That is what we have to organize against. That is why LandBack, and in the ways we define it more and more in this conversation, become an urgent necessity.
Thank you so much. Julia or John, do you have thoughts on this question?
Yeah, I can go. You know, LandBack is it's many different things, you know. It's also anti-false solutions. It's, you know, it's the mechanism that allows Indigenous nations to exercise sovereignty, inherent sovereignty, free prior informed consent, you know, co-management, these stepping stones that are needed to take in order for that stewardship and conservation and management to be done correctly, because for the past however many centuries, we've been misusing and abusing a lot of our resources for capitalist gain. And you know, now we're facing issues around false solutions that allow for global capitalism to continue under this guise that it's actually going to better the planet or the globe, you know, the globe, but it's not. It's still acting to privatize land, to create carbon markets that, you know, create like these false narratives around climate adaptation and mitigation. We saw that a lot coming out of COP26, where these false solutions, these pledges that really don't address, you know, climate change on a systemic level. It's just about, you know, creating other markets, you know, to make it seem that we're decreasing our carbon emissions, but that's really not the case. And you've seen a entire global Indigenous movement based on grounds of solidarity that have been acting against false solutions. You know, you have deforestation efforts happening in the global South. Here in New Mexico, we're starting to see these corporations that are seemingly green, you know, coerce tribal nations into signing these 100-year land contracts or land management programs that are creating offsets. And so we're not always having access to talk with other nations and explain like why this is bad, why this is a false solution. And so that solidarity, that global solidarity piece is so important to addressing how we're offsetting carbon here in New Mexico, but we're continuing to pollute even more in the global South. And that's the system that global capitalism has situated itself on. And so, you know, the more we talk about LandBack on a global spectrum, the more we have conversations to build nation to nation, can also, you know, be those stepping stones in order to rightfully return land and water back to the original stewards. So, you know, I'm right there in terms of angry, anxiety, you know, it all culminates, you know, once we see this mockery of of climate solutions, with also discouraging the participation from the front lines is also really discouraging, but I'll leave it there.
I just want to add to what Julia had mentioned earlier in terms of the importance of water in this picture. In South Africa, for instance, one of the devastating things that's happening with our water is what the mines are doing to it. I mean, the mining and the oil industry is so destructive to our water. And I think that better understanding the importance of indigenous peoples reclaiming the land and treating Mother Earth as it should be is so important in terms of not only directly to what that means in terms of empowering the communities and being able to grow our own food, but to be able to take care of our water system is I think, key. And that's why I appreciate what you had said earlier about that, Julia. Thank you.
Thanks so much, comrades. We do have some questions from the audience. Very exciting. Thanks, y'all. So first question is actually directly related to this last conversation we were having about the environmental impacts of overproduction under capitalism. So question from the audience is, how do we argue against the pushback that we are experiencing overproduction because of the efficiency of agribusiness under capitalism, and folks that argue that it's only a problem of distribution?
I'd like to deal with this because this is, one of the issues in our appropriate technology network that we try to address, and that is this general notion, even with this so-called push for the fourth industrial revolution, that is all about, making everything from our factories to our farms more efficient. And it's a lie. I mean, what capitalism is about is making more profit. It's not just about making better machines or better ways of farming. It's about making more profit and being able to have more control over the production process. That's the aims of capitalism. And that's really what we see happening, only it's given this facade sometimes of how we're doing certain things to increase productivity, and that somehow everybody's gonna benefit from this increased productivity. And that's not the truth. We see that there are great job losses, and if you then create an automated agricultural environment from the farm to the agro factory that is supposed to be so much more efficient and safe for the people that work there, and you only have a handful of people working there, then you really have shot yourself in the foot in terms of your consumers. So I think that anytime we look at these issues with regards to technology that's supposed to increase productivity, we really have to look closely. Is it about empowering the people? Is it about empowering communities? That's really what it has to be our aim when we look at increased productivity and the use of technology. Thank you.
Any other thoughts on this question from Julio or Manolo? Looks like no, that's fine. Cool. So next question, are there authentic grassroots sites and academic writings that present from a decolonial and anti-colonial perspective the historical and current issues in the global South? So this asker is looking for resources to learn the truth about indigenous and colonized nations resisting imperialism.
Well, I would like to recommend two sources. One is one of the most key institutes, theoretical institutes, that's been developing deep research and investigation into this question, is the Sam Moyo Institute in Zimbabwe. Particularly, they have been key in understanding and relating the experiences of land reform in Zimbabwe, and actually building with the larger Journal of Agrarian South, led by agronomists and scientists all over the world, and how important this process of land reform has been. And secondly, is to look directly at the landless workers movement in Brazil and their work with international grouping of peasants called La Via Campesina, who have been actually bringing this question to international debate, particularly in spaces like the UN, for over 20 years now, about not just the question of land, but the question of land in connection to food sovereignty and other key struggles that are intersectional with this as well. But there's so much to study and read on this. There's almost like there's a need for a new generation of comrades, scientists, agronomists, fighters, and thinkers to actually engage more deeply on this.
Thanks, Comrade. And then another question that we have specifically for John Trimble is, how does the All African People's Revolutionary Party think about land back in the context of African people who live in the United Snakes and other places outside of the African continent?
You know, on one of the slides I mentioned, you know, Africa for Africans, and the fact that the indigenous peoples of the Americas, Australia, are the rightful owners of the land there. And I think this is appropriate perspective of justice-loving people. That doesn't mean that that Africans who happen to live in Haiti or Jamaica should not be engaged in revolutionary efforts that are seeking to redistribute the land in an effort to build a socialist state. But I think even in places like that, we need to reflect back on the indigenous owners of the land as being the rightful owners and give that respect as due. Thank you.
All right, and we have time for one more question from the audience before we move into our closing remarks. This question just came in. It is, how do we make this struggle and fight against capitalism a smaller, daily, mundane change that we can implement today, tomorrow, and Monday? All of us are currently tied to the existing capitalist structure out of survival because of the stigmatizing nature of socialist language in a population and community who may not have the training to understand this language. What is the advice for us, and how can we create community with our neighbors and families in a hyper-capitalism-centered society? Basically, how do we build the mass base for land back, y'all? And I will pass it to Julia to answer first.
Yeah, how do we do that? Well, I mean, for us, and you know, in our region, this building between our Pueblo nations is a regular, everyday sort of action that we take in order for us to continuously talk about the possibilities beyond capitalism, possibilities beyond the oppression of our people, and enabling spaces that allow us to, on a regular day-to-day basis, talk about what those possibilities are, I think is also creating that movement towards liberation, that movement towards full inherent sovereignty of our people. Because, you know, we're not just trying to dismantle, assist a nation, you know, an imperialist nation. We're also trying to build infrastructure in our own nations. And so we're having to do this dismantling, but also like building at the same time. And so giving ourselves that space to speak more openly about what that world would look like is, I think, also revolutionary in itself, because we're creating those possibilities and we're producing that transformative action that needs to happen in order for us to, you know, accomplish what those goals are. And I think that, you know, revolutionary thinking is that mechanism for transformation. You know, even just the beginning of this this conference, there are community agreements, and that isn't a practice that is normally done, you know, within dominant society. And so even just making those steps to incorporate community agreements, to incorporate land acknowledgement, are all steps that can be done every single day. And it becomes practice, and it allows for participation from other people. And I think that, you know, we also have to just continuously uplift each other, regardless of what we're trying to do. If it's water, if it's, you know, garden co-ops, if it's, you know, critical race theory, whatever it is that we're studying, allowing ourselves to share that knowledge with each other on a regular basis is also important to achieve those goals. So it's a deep process, and we always tell ourselves too that we ourselves may not see that change, that ultimate change in our lifetimes, but at least we're contributing to the stepping stones that need to be created in order for us to achieve that liberation.
Thank you so much, Leah. Manolo or John, do you have thoughts on this question?
It's our most urgent question. And I think a lot of it stems down to what is our capacity to make these struggles beyond sectorial or beyond one issue. How do we actually bring multiple struggles into connection to this? How do we make this a fight of not just a few hundred of us to the struggle of millions in this country who, regardless of ethnic origin, are doomed by this system, have no alternative under this system? How do we bring all those struggles together is the key question. And I think at this point, it's almost like, what is our common platform for survival on this planet? I think that's a platform where both people who identify as socialists now, but people who simply want the right to have water, the people who have the desire to have the right to a roof, the people who actually want to be able to live on this planet as well, could come together to fight together for a common program. I think that has to mean that many of us revolutionaries who have been in different letter-named organizations will have to come together to fight together. I think time is of the urgence right now. We don't have many choices left. And I think we have to be clear that less and less possibilities stem from agreeing to, compromising with, negotiating with sectors of the US government who present themselves as Democrats or liberals or progressive, depending on the time of the year. We have many challenges to go through, but ultimately, in any country, whether it's been Cuba, Zimbabwe, Bolivia, Venezuela, everyone has taught us that there is no chance for a fighting revolution to win unless there are united masses that bring together millions of people together in struggle, sometimes surpassing difficult divisions within those countries. If they can do it, so can we.
I think that's an important point that we can kind of conclude in, that, you know, if they can do it, so can we. We live in a world where capitalism is dominant, and it's not only is it organized itself, but it's organized us. It's coerced us into situations where we're forced to go to certain jobs, forced to go to these classes. And we have to understand as revolutionaries that we have to be committed because of our consciousness, our recognition that in terms of the essence of us being human, the essence of us understanding that nature of that in terms of our consciousness, it has to be our commitment to making this a better world. And this means we must be about organizing. We must be part of organization. We must recognize the highest forms of organization is permanent organization, organizations that are working to seize state power, which are political parties. Secondly, we must be disciplined and at the same time patient, and working with others and working with other organizations, because it's important that we have these alliances, that we have these political fronts, that we have these collective campaigns. This is one of the reasons I'm impressed with Venceremos. It's such an effort as that involves different organizations all coming together and doing this work around Cuba. So this serves as an example of the type of work that we need to be engaged in terms of coming together with different fronts, different alliances, different coalitions, so that we can topple capitalism. But it's going to require us to be organized. Thank you.
Thanks so much, y'all. We unfortunately have to bring the question and answer period to a close so that we can wrap up this session and get ready for the next one. But I want to thank each and every panelist for the wisdom you brought to the space today, for the history, for the practical lessons we must take away from these historical experiences. And so now I'd just like to pass it to each of you for any closing remarks you want to share with our audience. First up is Julia.
Yes, just want to say, thank you, gratitude to the organizers with the VB. I think that it's a beautiful opportunity for us as Pueblo people to connect with, other populations and groups of people, because we have been in a way segregated a lot from the teachings on a global scale. And so this, exchange of information and perspective only enriches our fight and our struggle that much more. And, I just want to thank, Oni for inviting me to, be here and represent my nation. I had a reflective moment earlier when we were talking about LandBack, and, when we were in Cuba, and we were at the Guantanamo Bay and we were talking about the LandBack movement in Cuba, it was amazing to me to see how, our brigadistas really understood the concept of LandBack in Cuba. And so I hope that, the conferences like this can help translate that understanding to the need for LandBack here on the so-called US, because it doesn't always get the understanding, and people are apprehensive to understand like what LandBack means like here, on these land bases. And so we can learn so much from Cuba. And I just appreciate being a part of this conversation today. And if folks on this call would like to learn more about our organization, please reach out to us. You can find us at puebloactionalliance.org. Thanks for the space today.
Thank you so much, comrade. Next up is Manolo.
Well, first of all, to say it's been a pleasure talking and being in conversation with John, with Julia, with all of you, because I think there is a need to actually both deepen the conversation around these struggles in the US, but also to internationalize them, to not disconnect them from key revolutionary struggles happening across the planet. I think there's so much more to come out of this conversation in the ways in which we choose to work with each other and deepen the struggles around this. So an honor to be here with all of you.
Thank you so much, comrade. And last we have John.
It's been a pleasure being on this panel. I've learned from Manolo, from Julia. I'm definitely excited about the connection with water and land, and having visited Cuba 3 times myself, I appreciate some of the inputs that Manolo has made in terms of that, and really recognize the vanguard example that Cuba has been serving for over 50 years, and that we all should work to assure that it maintains that status. I'd like to thank the organizers and encourage you to continue with these types of platforms. This becomes both an exercise in political education and also an important effort in terms of connecting people and moving us forward in our various organizing efforts for revolution. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of the panelists, and also to our audience members and community members who participated so fully in this session. We are so grateful to be able to have had a conversation about land back that is grounded in our material conditions, that is grounded in history, that shows that not only is it not a pipe dream, but it's a necessary step in addressing climate change, in addressing inequality, and in transforming our societies away from capitalist destruction and exploitation and towards socialism, collectivism, and humanism. So I want to thank y'all so much. That concludes the LandBack panel. And now I'm going to pass it back to my comrade Suvan.
Wow, what an incredible presentation. See, I'm also trying to speak slowly, so that's the weirdness that's happening. Seeing so much love and critical engagement in the chat for Julia, Manolo, and John. Land back and revolutionary land reform sustained through socialist structures and feminist, indigenous rematriation is critical for our world and our humanity. We're definitely in our practice of political education that Oni invited us into earlier today. So thanks again to our panelists and our moderator for the brilliance that you all shared and for the conversation that y'all invited us into. As a way to gather our learnings, our resources, and our questions, we are going to do a new practice, a new way of gathering ourselves together through a slide deck that is popping up onto your screen now. This slide deck is also going to be put in the chat, and we will use this slide deck throughout the whole day, and you can access it later to remember the details of our experience. The slide deck is a Google slide deck, and everyone here has abilities to edit it. On the screen, you see Post-it notes. Those Post-it notes are things that everyone can write on. We invite you to just click on the Post-it note and you can drag it over and then just type directly onto it. If you're having trouble with that, you're welcome to put things into the chat with some direction. Do you want it to be on the slide of things that we're learning, slide of resources that were shared, and we will get it to the correct slide. But we're gonna just take a couple minutes on slides number 7 through 17, just like what's being shown, and fill it out. We're inviting people to please send your observations, send what you learned, send your resources, share them on this slide deck. We'll have just a couple minutes for this. And of course, if you are called or moved to donate to the Venceremos Brigade, to Pueblo Action Alliance, to the All African People's Revolutionary Party, to the People's Forum, we welcome that. So a couple minutes for our slide deck with some music. Boop, boop. Thank you. Thank you. It was so beautiful to see how many different points resonated with people, how many resources were shared, so much brilliance in this community that we have together. If we were in an in-person conference right now, not only would we be together and maybe hugging and having coffee and having snacks, but there would be this time in between conference sessions where we could connect with others. So in this Zoom world, we are going to do something similar. We will be in breakout rooms with suggested topics. We have about 15 minutes, so if you need to go to the bathroom or eat, just like at any other conference, now is the time. But if you want to be in deeper discussion on the things that we just learned from our last panel, excited to continue some conversations, want to check in and connect with other people, just have some conversation, we invite you into 3 breakout rooms. One is a casual mix and mingle. One is a debrief from the first panel. And one is a tech support for Q&A. Breakout rooms will be bilingual. There will be a translator there to support. If there is tech support needed, or if there's a problem with translation access or Zoom access or whatever, please pop into the tech support Q&A. One will say Spanish, and one of the breakout rooms will say Spanish and one will say bilingual. So if you speak English or are comfortable being in a Spanish-English space, please choose the bilingual space. If you speak Spanish or prefer to be Spanish only, you can pick the Spanish space. Yes. So here we are for our 15 minutes of togetherness or taking care of ourselves time, our coffee break. Our community guidelines still remain. Please come grab any of us from that say tech in our name or have VB in our name. We can come help. And yeah, welcome to the breakout rooms. They will be launched momentarily. And otherwise we'll come back around 11:15 Pacific time or 2:15 Eastern time.
Debemos sentarnos, pero las ideas solo pueden levantarnos, caminar, recorrer, no rendirse ni retroceder, ver, aprender como esponja absorbe. Nadie sobre todos, faltan todos, suman todos para todos, todo para nosotros. Soñamos en grande que se caiga el imperio, lo gritamos algo, no queda más remedio. Esto no es utopía, es alegre rebeldía del baile de los que sobran de la danza tuya y mía. Levantarnos para decir ya basta, ni África ni América Latina se suba. Con barro, con casco, con lápiz a patear el fiasco, provocar un social terremoto en este charco. Venezuela, Guatemala, Nicaragua, Mozambique, Costa Rica, Camerún, Congo, como Somalia, México, República Dominicana, Tanzania, fuera Yankee de América Latina, franceses, ingleses y holandeses, yo te quiero libre Palestina.
عطني المايك وغني في الغناء ولغة الأم العالمية، حامل وجودنا هو حامل جذورنا بربطنا بسوريا الكبرى أفريقيا أمريكا اللاتينية. أنا مع الإلكترونيات تحت الجو، أنا واقفة مع اللي بيعاني مش مع اللي بقوا، أنا مع المقاومة الثقافية، نبدأ من أول أنا هسه فيكتوريا CM. أنا مش معنى أنا حسبت حسابي زمان استثمر ببنكي بعد ما بنكي أعلن إفلاسه. يوم العلم كان الوضع بده الردع، صار الوضع بده الردع، لكل كتير بتحرر مستوطن بتلمد، لكن يصافح بيد ألف كان ألف راق بالهد، دار الإعلام سلاح مطيب فبركوه، أما لما ألمي يدين ورجع الواقع كما
Todos los callados, todos los omitidos, todos los invisibles, todos los callados, todos los omitidos, todos los invisibles, todos. Saqueo, pisoteo, colonización, Matías, Catrileo, Gualmapu, 1000 veces venceremos, del cielo al suelo y del suelo al cielo vamos. Caballito blanco, vuelve pa' tu pueblo, no te tenemos miedo, tenemos vida y fuego, fuego en nuestras manos, fuego en nuestros ojos, tenemos tanta vida y esta fuerza color rojo. La niña María no quiere tu castigo, se va a liberar con el suelo palestino. Somos africanos, latinoamericanos, somos este sur y juntamos nuestras manos. Todos los callados, todos los omitidos, todos los invisibles, todos los callados, todos los omitidos, todos los invisibles,
Guajira, el son te llama a bailar, a gozar. Guajira, el son te llama a bailar, a gozar. Guajira, el son te llama a bailar, a gozar. Guajira, el son te llama a bailar, a gozar.
Amigo, pide otra copa, caramba, que este cantor te convida. Y aunque a ustedes no le importa, voy a hacerle la historia de mi vida. Amé mucho una mujer de mi alma la más querida, me traicionó la perdida, caramba, qué ingrato y mal proceder. Ella me hizo beber, ella me hizo un perdido, a la droga me tiré, amigo mío, y a la cárcel fui llevado. Los amigos me olvidaron, solo mi madre lloraba, a Dios pedía y rogaba que se salvara su hijo. Recuerden lo que les digo, que en la prisión y en la cama solo nuestra madre nos ama, caramba. No hay dinero, no hay amigos, linda Guajira, mi son te llama.
Guajira, el son te llama a bailar.
gozar. Y al piano, don Rubén González.
Cuando la revolución de julio, cuando la revolución de julio, Fulgencio Batista me vio y arrancó a correr. Fulgencio Batista me vio y arrancó a correr. Eso es verdad, lo digo yo, que en la sabana del Pincón la guerrilla me encontró. Que en la sabana del Rincón la guerrilla me encontró. Cuando la revolución de julio, cuando la revolución de julio, Fulgencio Batista me vio y arrancó a correr. Fulgencio Batista me vio y arrancó a correr. Eso es verdad, lo digo yo, que en la sabana del Rincón la guerrilla me encontró. Que en la sabana del Rincón la guerrilla me encontró. No le digan nada, no le digan, no le digan nada, no le digan, no le digan nada, que en la sabana lo pelo al moñito. No le digan nada, no le digan nada. No le digan nada, que en la sabana lo pelo al moñito. No le digan nada, no le digan, a Fulgencio. No le digan nada, que en la sabana lo pelo al moñito. Déjenlo que pase, déjenlo que entre, déjenlo que pase, que en la sabana lo pelo al moñito. No le digan nada, no le digan, no le digan nada, no le digan, no le que en la sabana lo pelo al moñito. Que en la sabana lo pelo, en la sabana lo pelo. Déjenlo que pase, que en la sabana lo pelo al moñito. No le digan nada, no le digan, no le digan nada. Ella, no le digan nada, que en la sabana lo pelo al moñito.
Welcome back. Hoping that your time in the breakout rooms or time just on a break was as magical as it can be. For new people that are just joining us, there is Spanish interpretation. You go to the little globe at the bottom of your screen and can choose Spanish or English. Also, we have our amazing ASL interpreters with us here on the main screen. Our next session is our environmental justice seminar about Cuba's Tarrea Vida program, and I will pass it to our moderator, Fanny.
Thank you. Thank you, Sulan. Thank you, everybody. That was an amazing presentation. So just to remind folks, we are offering justice language. If you could connect back to interpretation. If you're on the computer, you can click on the little globe for interpretation and select the language. And if you're on your phones, you can select the 3 dots and it will give you the option of interpretation as well. And if you have any questions, you can raise your hands or you can place them in the chat if you're having technical issues. And like Sulan mentioned, we are going into our second session, which is environmental justice. We will be showing a movie. It's the screening of Cuba's life task, combating climate change. And this documentary shows how Cuba is using the environmental science and natural solutions and community participation in its long-term plan to fight climate change. And this is a screening that was directed by Danielski Acosta and Hugo Ribalta and co-produced by Helen Yaffe. We will also be having Helen Yaffe answer questions after the movie is shown for the Q&A. And Helen Yaffe is the author of We Are Cuba. And Dr. Helen Yaffe is a lecturer in economic and social history at the University of Glasgow, specializing in Cuban and Latin American development and visiting fellow at the Latin America and a Caribbean Center at the London School of Economics. And since 1985, she has spent time living and researching in Cuba. She is the author of We Are Cuba, How a Revolutionary People Have Survived in a Post-Soviet World, which was printed at Yale University in 2020, and Che Guevara, The Economics of Revolution, by Paul Graham Macmillan in 2009. If we can start. Who can share it? Thank you.
Everything we produce and consume comes from nature, and nature sets limits on how much we can exploit it. Scientists are warning us about climate change, and its effects are already being suffered around the world. We must change the way we treat this planet before we run out of time. I have been visiting Cuba for more than 25 years, learning about their alternative development. In Cuba, the state plans and controls production and distribution. This has played a crucial role in society's interaction with the environment. As a developing country, Cuba faces many challenges. Although Cuba's share of world CO2 emissions is less than 0.1%, its population of 11 million is disproportionately threatened by climate change. I have come to Havana to find out how vulnerable Cuba is to climate change and what is being done about it.
En Cuba, los desastres naturales más comunes son los asociados a los fenómenos hidrometeorológicos, fundamentalmente los ciclones tropicales que afectan al país en la temporada de junio o noviembre. Asociado a los ciclones tropicales está el fenómeno conocido como surgencia, que es la sobreelevación del nivel del mar por efecto de los vientos, que provoca inundaciones costeras.
We see the air pollution, climate change, the disappearance of forests due to deforestation, water scarcity. You know, there's like a lot of these environmental problems that are leading our planet to a point of no return.
En enero de 2019 nos afectó a la capital del país un tornado F4
que afectó 5 municipios densamente poblados y con un nivel de industrialización importante en nuestra capital.
En Cuba la temperatura media ha aumentado en más de 1 grado Celsius, las precipitaciones han disminuido sensiblemente, ha disminuido la variación de la temperatura en varios grados en el día.
Las sequías en nuestro país nos han impactado. Son eventos cíclicos, recurrentes, extensos. Tenemos ejemplo de que la sequía 2003-2005 fue una sequía muy intensa, muy extensa, ocupó casi la totalidad del país. Se le tuvo que llevar agua en tren a una gran cantidad de población.
Hoy en Cuba está ocurriendo una transición completa del clima del país. El clima actual es un clima tropical húmedo y hay un movimiento hacia un clima subhúmedo, un clima de otra característica diferente, donde todos los patrones de lluvia, de disponibilidad de agua, de estado de los suelos, de temperatura van a ser diferentes.
El clima será mucho más caliente, mucho más árido y evidentemente eso tiene una repercusión negativa sobre el medio ambiente.
La elevación del nivel del mar tiene hoy efectos ya en nuestras costas y tendrá mayores efectos. Estaremos perdiendo, por supuesto, superficies terrestres de nuestras zonas costeras.
Muchos poblados y poblaciones, más de 1 millón de habitantes, que habrá que moverlos hacia zonas más altas.
It really scares me. A few days ago I talked with my sister and I almost cried because I was like, oh my God, this is something that it's going to happen really soon.
Lo que podemos sufrir es tremendo. O sea, hay muchas islas que van a desaparecer.
What can we do to prepare for the damaging effects of climate change? Finding solutions is now essential. Cuba has come up with a 100-year plan to protect its population and environment, known as Tarrea Vida.
Es un plan de acciones que cometen todos los organismos de la Administración Central del Estado y sus instituciones para la adaptación y la mitigación del cambio climático en correspondencia con lo que el país requiere y en cumplimiento de los convenios internacionales con la Convención Marco, con el Acuerdo de París. Es coordinado por el SIGMA, o sea, el Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología y Medio Ambiente, que tiene papel de secretaría. Y la máxima responsable de esa secretaría es la ministra de Medio Ambiente, la compañera Elba Rosa Montoya. Pero adicionalmente, a nivel de las máximas autoridades del gobierno, se le presta una gran atención a este tema.
La Tarrea Vida es la respuesta de política a la información científica de Cuba sobre el cambio climático. Desde el 2014 aproximadamente se volvió una práctica que todos los años se llevaba a gobierno la más reciente información científica, sobre todo sobre el ascenso del nivel medio del mar, porque para Cuba, como una gran isla, un archipiélago, pero como una isla principal, todo lo que tiene que ver con la zona costera es clave. Y en el 2016, en diciembre de 2016, el presidente indicó que esa información científica la trasladaran a una plataforma política para llevar a medidas ejecutables la implementación de la solución o la paliación de esos problemas climáticos.
Para Cuba es único y para el mundo no creo que haya muchos como plan de Estado. Todos los organismos del Estado cubano tenemos que dar respuestas con planes de acciones a corto, mediano, largo y muy largo plazo. Porque, por supuesto, los cambios en los fenómenos ambientales no se perciben con 1 año o 2 años de diferencia. Por eso se enmarcan cada 4 o 5 años estos periodos para poder evaluar realmente los efectos del cambio climático ante estas afectaciones en nuestro país.
Tarrea Vida, si ha visto el plan de Estado, es un documento muy corto, porque es como una especie de plan sombrilla, que después se abre a los territorios y después va hasta los municipios. De hecho, hoy el peso mayor va estando en los municipios porque el propio proceso de gobernabilidad de Cuba está transitando por una descentralización donde el municipio adquiere un papel mayor. Y entonces allí se espera que se tomen las decisiones.
Existe una práctica a nivel del país que periódicamente el presidente de la República, junto con los viceministros primeros, se reúnen con los científicos cubanos para chequear, para revisar el estado de programas y proyectos de prioridad nacional. Por ejemplo, hay uno dedicado a la agricultura, otro dedicado al tema del agua, y el tema del cambio climático a través de la Tarrea Vida es objeto de chequeo permanente. Y periódicamente el presidente de la República escucha los resultados que se van alcanzando en este plan de Estado, que es la Tarrea Vida.
Entonces eso tiene un seguimiento muy institucional, porque nosotros, sin juzgar a nadie, pero también hemos visto planes de cambio climático que son para cumplir con los compromisos internacionales. Es algo que se hace, bonito, se publica, se edita y se engaveta. Y Tarrea Vida es un proceso vivo en Cuba, y eso es una consecuencia del sistema que lo generó.
Estas acciones involucran a todos los sectores de la sociedad cubana. De hecho, las comunidades son los actores fundamentales y con ellos todas las personas que dentro se desarrollan económica, social y políticamente. Es decir, no hay nada, no hay ningún elemento que esté aislado de este plan de Estado. Por eso, dentro de sus 5 ejes estratégicos y sus 11 tareas, cada una involucra no solo instituciones científicas, sino a instituciones de gestión, de investigación, de educación, de cultura. Es decir, todos los sectores de la sociedad cubana están involucrados en el cumplimiento de cada una de estas acciones.
Antes de entrar en la escritura específica, se dijo, aquí la prioridad, como es la vida humana, hay que poner un peso muy importante en los asentamientos humanos que están más amenazados, que son los que están en la zona costera. Otra prioridad clave es la seguridad alimentaria, por tanto la agricultura es otro renglón que tiene que estar muy representado en Tarrea Vida. Y después se fue a las playas y al turismo, pero pensando sobre todo en que el turismo como fundamental fuente de ingresos de divisas para Cuba es también el mecanismo institucional para tener los recursos que demandan otras tareas. Por ejemplo, la tarea 3 tiene que ver con las playas, la tarea 5 tiene que ver con la reforestación, pero sobre todo de los manglares y la vegetación costera, la tarea 6 tiene que ver con los corales, porque de alguna forma el pensamiento de Tarrea Vida es buscar las soluciones climáticas a través de las soluciones naturales, reforzando la agenda ambiental con la agenda climática. Buena parte de los problemas en la costa que la hace muy vulnerable tienen que ver con la destrucción de las barreras de coral, con la destrucción de la vegetación costera, con el daño a la línea de costa. Y cuando todo eso se restituye, usted tiene una solución ganar-ganar. Mejora la resistencia, la capacidad de resistir los impactos climáticos de la costa, pero mejora también la biodiversidad y otros aspectos de los recursos naturales del país.
Land ownership and control over agriculture and extractive industries are key for implementing environmental policy. After the Cuban Revolution of 1959, large land holdings were nationalised and converted into state farms or redistributed to small farmers and cooperatives. A series of environmental laws were also introduced.
In our country since 1959, with the triumph of the Cuban Revolution, the conservation of nature became a political will. In 1976, the Constitution of the Republic of Cuba was approved, and it provided in its Article 27 the duty of the state and the society to care about the environment.
Hoy se le llama Plan de Estado, pero desde muchos años siempre le ha dedicado una atención especial al tema del cambio climático y a los temas medioambientales. De hecho, desde Río de Janeiro, con las palabras de nuestro comandante en jefe Fidel Castro, ya pone de hecho evidencia de todas las acciones y de las preocupaciones por el ser humano como elemento fundamental.
Una importante especie biológica está en riesgo de desaparecer por la rápida y progresiva liquidación de sus condiciones naturales de vida, el hombre. Es necesario señalar que las sociedades de consumo son las responsables fundamentales de la atroz destrucción del medio ambiente. Han envenenado los mares y ríos, han contaminado el aire, los bosques desaparecen, los desiertos se extienden. No es posible culpar de esto a los países del tercer mundo, colonias ayer, naciones explotadas y saqueadas hoy por un orden económico mundial injusto. La solución no puede ser impedir el desarrollo a los que más lo necesitan. Lo real es que todo lo que contribuya hoy al subdesarrollo y la pobreza constituye una violación flagrante de la ecología. Si se quiere salvar a la humanidad de esa autodestrucción, hay que distribuir mejor las riquezas y las tecnologías disponibles en el planeta. No más transferencias al tercer mundo de estilos de vida y hábitos de consumo que arruinan el medio ambiente. Páguese la deuda ecológica y no la deuda externa. Desaparezca el hambre y no el hombre. Mañana será demasiado tarde para hacer lo que debimos haber hecho hace mucho tiempo. Gracias.
Yo creo que el principal valor del discurso estuvo en poner en un contexto socioeconómico la problemática ambiental, porque a veces todo ese tema ambiental se ha visto desgajado de sus orígenes en el desarrollo capitalista, de las bases de un sistema que basado en el consumo desmedido y en los patrones inadecuados de producción y consumo trajo hasta la realidad actual. Y el análisis de Fidel, que al final es un análisis marxista, puso eso en un contexto de las relaciones socioeconómicas y de la evolución histórica. Y eso yo creo que es lo más valioso de ese discurso. Tuvo repercusiones importantes para Cuba. Cuba modificó en ese mismo año, la 1992, la Constitución de la República, y en esa reforma constitucional introdujo el concepto del desarrollo sostenible.
Another huge step in this environmental process was the creation of the Ministry of Science, Technology and Environment. I mean, the conservation and protection of nature in our country received like a huge boost with the creation of this body.
En el viaje de retorno de Río se vino conversando sobre la necesidad de un organismo en Cuba para atender estos temas ambientales y así surgió en pleno periodo especial el Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología y Medio Ambiente. Y Fidel, en la situación más dramática tal vez que ha tenido económicamente el país en esos años del periodo especial, apostó a reforzar la agenda ambiental del país.
Another huge step in this environmental process was the creation of the Environmental Law 81. Currently, this is the main law in our country that regulates everything related to the Cuban environmental protection. It establishes the main standards and principles to control and direct and executing the environmental policy in Cuba. It puts boundaries and limits to the activities of the transnational. The constitution in force is the constitution of 2019, recently approved. This repealed the previous constitution, and this constitution in its article 75 establishes the right to enjoy a healthy and balanced environment as a human right. This Tarrea Vida definitely is another important action in our country because it's the Cuban state plan to confront climate change.
En Cuba hay un sistema de protección civil instaurado desde el principio de la década del 60, a raíz del huracán Flora que provocó muchas pérdidas de vidas humanas y animales y daños a la economía. Está organizado de manera que desde el momento que hay una amenaza, hay una vigilancia permanente sobre el fenómeno de que se trate y está establecido ya en diferentes etapas cómo son los mecanismos de protección, de evacuación.
La conceptualización de la defensa civil de Cuba se basa en un enfoque sistémico. Tiene la función de proteger la población, sus recursos, sus medios, la economía, el medio ambiente ante diferentes tipos de eventos y peligros de origen natural, tecnológico y sanitario. Y son no solamente para situaciones de desastre, sino también ante la guerra o ante las consecuencias del cambio climático. Estamos ubicados en la cuarta región de formación de huracanes en el mundo. La actividad meteorológica es bastante activa. Estamos en pleno desarrollo de la temporada ciclónica que se inició el 1 de junio y concluye el 30 de noviembre. Por lo tanto, no solo tenemos establecidos procedimientos operativos técnicos para la alerta temprana ante el impacto de eventos meteorológicos extremos. Tenemos bien establecido las zonas de vigilancia reforzada y las zonas de máxima alerta, donde le damos seguimiento al acercamiento de un evento y al probable impacto que pueda tener en nuestro país.
Este sistema, que está organizado a nivel nacional, hay un Consejo de Defensa Nacional que sencillamente coordina las actividades a nivel del país, se reproduce en todos los niveles, escalas del país, a nivel de provincia, a nivel de municipio, a nivel de barrio. Y por ejemplo, un detalle de este sistema es que a nivel local existen unos centros de estudios de los riesgos que se ponen en función del fenómeno en particular, ya a escala de municipio. Y bueno, a nivel local el barrio se organiza, las organizaciones sociales que existen en el barrio toman la precaución, los gobiernos locales se constituyen en consejos de defensa locales, que lo que hacen es organizar cómo trabaja el sistema, se redistribuye los alimentos de una manera, se garantiza la distribución de alimentos básicos para que a las personas no les falte, se chequean todas las instalaciones eléctricas, se chequea el plan de evacuación y se produce la evacuación, ya sea la autoevacuación. Hay personas que se autoevacúan a lugares más seguros de vecinos, de amigos, de familiares. Y también está determinado quiénes son los que tienen que evacuarse a instituciones del Estado porque sus viviendas estén en mal condición.
Las organizaciones de políticas y de masas son parte también de ese sistema de defensa civil. Esas organizaciones de masas no es más que la componen que la población. Por lo tanto, cuando hay una situación de un evento en el país, esta misma población es parte, por ejemplo, de las brigadas sanitarias que se activan en los consejos populares, en las zonas de defensa, apoyan el trabajo de los linieros, que son los especialistas que van a restablecer los sistemas vitales relacionados con la energía, apoyan en la limpieza de sus propios barrios, porque después de un evento se supone que hay una gran afectación al tema volado, edificaciones, estructuras, y todos ellos son parte también de los trabajos que se realizan en los territorios.
Eso garantiza varias cosas. Primero, que esté a nivel de barrio la protección. Y segundo, que haya un conocimiento pleno, porque son los mismos vecinos que saben exactamente dónde está la persona más vulnerable, cuál es la edificación más desprotegida. Y eso da seguridad en este proceso.
Nosotros tenemos un ciclo de reducción de riesgo de desastre, que es prevención, preparativo, respuesta y recuperación. Y una recuperación que tiene dos periodos, el que rehabilita los sistemas vitales y la reconstrucción. En nuestro país se desarrolla un ejercicio anual en el mes de mayo antes que comience la temporada ciclónica, que es el ejercicio Meteoro, o ejercicio popular de las acciones ante situaciones de desastre. Que eso en sus inicios se hizo por el tema de los ciclones tropicales y de los huracanes, pero ya ha ido cogiendo una connotación mucho más amplia y se incorpora lo que debe hacer la población ante la sequía, ante los sismos. Es decir, que ese ejercicio le da preparación a la población y la percepción de riesgo es bastante elevada, y los fallecidos que tenemos, cuando se hace el estudio, el análisis, casi siempre son por negligencia.
Cuando hay problemas climáticos, enseguida la defensa civil y el gobierno se atiende al pueblo cubano y se evacúan y se prestan todas las atenciones. La Cruz Roja, la defensa civil, inclusive el ejército, los militares, todo. Inclusive los vecinos.
Hace poco teníamos un encuentro Cuba-Puerto Rico viendo los temas de cambio climático y veíamos en torno a los fallecidos por el huracán Irma, que en Cuba fueron 10 y en Puerto Rico fueron 3.000. Nosotros tenemos pérdida de vidas humanas también en eventos meteorológicos, pero han sido mínimas, son mínimas las pérdidas. Las tasas son muy bajas, siempre se hace un análisis. Nosotros contamos con un procedimiento donde participan varios organismos de la Administración Central del Estado, y cuando hay un fallecido hay que realizar una labor de investigación profunda del por qué el fallecido, cuáles fueron los motivos. Y en muchas ocasiones son negligencia de las personas.
¿Usted vive por aquí?
Sí, sí.
¿Y ha tenido daño en su propia casa?
Afortunadamente he sacado las cosas, las he levantado.
Ah, pero el agua entró a su casa.
No. Y mucho fango que deja, sí.
Ay,
hasta el pie de la casa, es ahí.
Sí, hasta...
No, hasta el pie.
Sí, vaya, okay.
Pero mira, para allá sí llega hasta aquí.
Sí.
Hasta aquí. Se les ha inundado las casas. Han perdido colchones.
¿Y se han destruido algunas casas, me dijeron, allá más cerca?
Sí, mira, pero para allá y para allá,
Ok.
para la parte de allá. Mira, el mar es allá, después de esa casa,
Sí.
al fondo.
Entonces
el mar.
podemos ir allá y ir caminando.
Para allá es la
Ya.
zona baja, allí sí, pero siempre se ha tomado medidas y se ha ayudado.
Sí, se evacúa a la
Sí,
gente.
Sí, cómo no, inmediatamente, la defensa civil.
En nuestro análisis en el Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología y Medio Ambiente, el tema de los asentamientos humanos amenazados es considerado el más complejo de todos. Porque con independencia de la inevitabilidad de algunas medidas, siempre es traumático. No se trata de incomprensión de las personas, puede haber casos de incomprensión, sino que en cualquier situación es muy doloroso porque implica todo un cambio de formas de vida, implica un cambio cultural, implica un cambio de tradiciones.
¿Puedo hacerles una pregunta? Nos dijeron que esa área Santa Fe está muy baja y entra el mar y que esas casas que vemos aquí han sido abandonadas.
Como el lío del cambio climático, las marejadas que se forman de aquí del noroeste, se han llevado todos los muros de la orilla de la playa, se los han llevado. Y como no hay para reparar, se va desbaratando más y se va desbaratando más y se va desbaratando más.
¿Y usted vive aquí?
Yo vivo ahí, yo nací ahí. Mi casa cuando el mar entra, quitamos las puertas del frente, y la puerta del fondo y la puerta de frente. Subimos todas las cosas para arriba y el agua entra por la puerta de atrás y sale por adelante como si estuvieras en el mar, como si estuvieras en un barco en el mar. El agua sale por ahí, pero si ha llegado a la escuela, a la secundaria que está casi a 5 cuadras de aquí.
Cuba yo creo que siempre tiene consultas. No quiere decir que el 100% de la población esté de acuerdo con esa toma de decisiones, por supuesto. No es obligado, no es una represión para el que no lo haga. Lo que realmente hay que evaluar esta posibilidad de que el Estado cubano te está dando, de que vayas a vivir a otro lugar cercano también, porque las personas que viven del mar y que han nacido en el mar jamás van a querer darle la espalda al mar.
El problema es que el 99% de la gente que vive a la orilla del mar aquí no se quiere ir de aquí, ¿viste? Nosotros mismos, mi casa antiguamente era de madera, de 2 pisos.
Ajá.
El mar, la primera vez que el mar entró, dejó la casa, la parte de arriba y la parte de abajo la dejó en la pared de frente y en la pared de atrás. Y nos dijeron que estaba inhabitable, pero nosotros la levantamos, después tumbamos la parte de arriba y empezamos a construir. Pero no hemos quedado parados porque los materiales están muy caros. Todo está muy caro.
¿Y no quieren mover de aquí?
No, nosotros aquí no nos vamos. Esa casa se puede quedar en un bloque, que yo aquí no me voy. En un bloque. Yo me meto bajo el bote, son muy...
¿Y ustedes son pescadores?
Pescadores, todos somos pescadores. Que el orilla del mar, el que vive a la orilla del mar, lo que hace es pescar. El que vive en el campo vive a la tierra, el que vive a la orilla del mar, lo que vive es la pesca.
Llegará el momento en que realmente esas casas no van a poder estar ellos viviendo en ellas porque quedarán inundadas.
A mí simplemente no me gustaría salir de aquí porque ya es un amor que le tengo a esto. Pero bueno, Dios gracias que nunca tenga que mudarme. Me gusta esto aquí, simplemente el barrio, los amigos y todo lo mismo. Y ya uno está acostumbrado a esto.
Sí, pero en tu alrededor, mira cuántas casas abandonadas aquí, que es muy probable que ustedes van a tener que también abandonar, ¿no?
Sí, ya de un tiempo, quizás de aquí a un tiempo puede ser que también tengamos que irnos o evacuar, no sé, cualquier cosa debido a cualquier cambio climático.
Toda la parte de Santa Fe, el náutico, todo eso tiene una prioridad en todo el trabajo de adaptación al cambio climático y sobre todo de estas zonas pesqueras y de estas áreas donde habitan personas de toda la vida, que viven ahí y que hacían uso de la costa fundamentalmente. Lo que pasa es que hoy tienen una afectación y dentro de 50 años tendrán otra afectación mayor.
Todo ese proceso de reubicación de personas que residen en asentamientos que están bajo alto riesgo por su vulnerabilidad es financiado por el Estado. De hecho, esa es una de las complejidades para dinamizar más ese proceso, porque como no es dejado a las posibilidades de cada ciudadano, sino que el Estado asume esa responsabilidad, requiere recursos cuantiosos que el Estado tiene que prorratear entre muchos gastos que tiene. Pero es una de las áreas priorizadas de actividad del Estado, generar esa reubicación. Se han construido nuevos asentamientos, se han construido nuevas comunidades, se han construido nuevas edificaciones en comunidades preexistentes. Una de las cosas que también nosotros hemos aprendido es que no es solamente un tema físico de reubicar vivienda, usted tiene que reubicar toda una forma de vida, usted tiene que reconstruir un escenario donde esas personas tienen los servicios sociales, los servicios médicos, los servicios educativos y tiene las oportunidades de trabajo. Eso se hace más complejo cuando el trabajo original en la comunidad está muy ligado a la costa, como pasa en el caso de las comunidades pesqueras. Hemos ido evolucionando hacia la idea de que la reubicación de comunidades es una medida extrema que solo se aplica cuando se han agotado todas las otras medidas. Porque al final, viviendo en una isla estrecha y alargada, usted no puede resolver los problemas en la zona costera a través de la reubicación de la población. Entonces eso hay que resolverlo con medidas sobre la costa, y ahí es donde estamos privilegiando las soluciones naturales donde quiera que es posible. No se trata de una cuestión mecánica.
Tenemos que entender que tenemos que construir de acuerdo al área de intervención con los materiales y con las formas arquitectónicas mejores de resistencia y de menor costo económica también para la familia.
En el caso de Cuba se estudia el cambio climático ya científicamente organizado desde la década del 90. Desde entonces se viene haciendo este trabajo en Cuba. En el año 92 se hizo la primera evaluación de impacto del cambio climático.
También podemos decir que los estudios de peligro, vulnerabilidad y riesgo que se iniciaron en el 2007 por indicación del general de ejército, Raúl Castro Ruz, fueron la base también para el plan de enfrentamiento al cambio climático. El estudio del macroproyecto. Macroproyectos son los escenarios de cambio climático, de elevación del nivel del mar con periodo 2050-2100. Es la antesala también de la Tarrea Vida.
Nosotros, por ejemplo, tenemos estudios para Cuba que indican que el ascenso del nivel medio del mar estaría en el orden de los 29 centímetros al 2050. Pero entonces ese mismo análisis lo tenemos hecho para 66 puntos del territorio nacional donde hay diferencias que dependen de las circunstancias locales. Un análisis de ese tipo, donde usted lleva los datos del IPCC sobre el ascenso del nivel del mar a nivel global hasta una localidad en Cuba, solo lo puede hacer si tiene una ciencia muy fuerte de respaldo atrás.
Hay algo que Cuba tiene a su favor y es que tiene institutos de investigación, universidades y centros científicos en todo el país. Hay delegaciones del Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología y Medio Ambiente en estos territorios. Están los estudios de peligro, vulnerabilidad y riesgo para el cambio climático en todos estos territorios, con equipos de trabajo, y eso facilita que el proceso sea más expedito, más rápido.
Nosotros hicimos y presentamos al gobierno este año una evaluación del 2017-2020 y en estos días debemos presentar las proyecciones 2021-2025. Pero una de las debilidades del corto plazo es la limitada participación de las ciencias sociales. Nosotros estamos convencidos de que hace falta mucho más intervención de las ciencias sociales porque informamos mucho a la población, se comparte la información con ellos, pero también hay que tratar de hacerlos unos participantes más activos en la toma de esas decisiones, porque por ahí van a venir muchas ideas que a lo mejor no se han considerado de inicio.
Las ciencias sociales, como es conocido, llegamos un poquito tarde a la dimensión ambiental de este desarrollo, no solo en Cuba, sino a nivel mundial. Y cada vez yo creo que van ganando un papel mayor, que tiene que ver con estos referentes metodológicos del cómo hacer, de cómo trabajar con las personas. El trabajo con las personas lleva metodología, lleva acompañamiento. Entonces hemos estado acompañando desde procesos que tienen que ver con la educación popular ambiental, la investigación, acción participativa, el diseño de planes de consulta. Yo creo que cada vez más las ciencias sociales estamos jugando un papel que es crucial, es un papel definitivo. Hay un tema que para nosotros es de gran importancia y es lo vinculado a la gestión del conocimiento. Ese conocimiento científico tiene que tener un lenguaje accesible a las personas, que las personas lo puedan entender, que las personas lo puedan comprender. Ahí hay un elemento importante. Yo creo que otro elemento importante que las ciencias sociales tienen que jugar es a ese diálogo de saberes, entre ese saber científico que se produce y el saber que tienen las personas en los espacios locales y comunitarios.
In our country, in Cuba, from preschool education, we see how the education teach boys and girls to care about the nature, and we have a lot of institutions and community organizations that work with kids and with young people in activities like planting trees and collecting waste, collecting plastic, cleaning the beaches and the rivers. And definitely this is something really important to teach the kids because they are the future generation.
Los medios masivos de comunicación dedican un importante espacio también a esta problemática climática. El Instituto Cubano de Radio y Televisión es también parte de este grupo de trabajo para la Tarrea Vida, de manera que institucionalmente eso está bien. Después, cuando usted va al detalle de la implementación, hay todavía muchos aspectos que mejorar. Es importante que eso se comprenda. Son procesos muy complejos, es el cambio en la mentalidad. Uno de los procesos complejos en la educación es convencer de que no estamos experimentando una situación transitoria que tiene que ver con un huracán o otro evento extremo, sino un cambio completo en las condiciones en que vamos a vivir, que implica que hay que alimentarnos diferente, construir diferente, vestirnos diferente. Y entonces eso es muy complejo y por tanto hay que explicar muy claro los impactos incluso del cambio climático en la salud o en la seguridad alimentaria. Hay que vincularlo a los problemas de la vida de las personas para que no parezca que es una cuestión teórica, conceptual, metodológica.
Nosotros recibimos en 1 metro cuadrado, solo 1 metro cuadrado, una radiación solar equivalente al consumo promedio en Cuba, de toda una casa. A las 12 del día, más o menos te coge 100 y pico grados. Está echando vapor.
¿Qué está bien?
Una cocina.
¿Una cocina?
Es una cocina solar. Ahí se puede hacer papas, hacer lo que tú quieras. Nosotros tenemos un plan. Ya tenemos que estar en la Tarrea Vida de llegar a un 24% de la electricidad producida, que en este momento estamos produciendo con petróleo y fundamentalmente petróleo importado, de producirlo con fuentes renovables de energía.
¿Qué implica Tarrea Vida? O sea, una reconversión, digamos, a un transporte más limpio, eléctrico. Y entonces eso tiene un costo alto, pero el razonamiento es el siguiente. De todas formas, Cuba tiene que invertir en transporte, de todas formas tiene que invertir en energía. Entonces, a veces no es tanto cuánto más implica eso desde Tarrea Vida o desde la política climática, sino la posibilidad de hacerlo diferente. Si ya tengo que invertir en transporte, voy a la búsqueda del transporte colectivo, de tipo eléctrico, del que sea más eficiente. O sea, mi inversión normal, hacerla lo más eficaz posible, lo más verde posible, lo más limpia posible. No solo la inversión climática propiamente, sino cualquier inversión que yo haga.
En todos los países del mundo, en cualquier lugar de Europa, en cualquier lugar de África, en cualquier lugar de Asia, en cualquier lugar de América, en cualquier lugar del mundo, existen suficientes fuentes renovables de energía para lograr el verdadero desarrollo sostenible. Nosotros tenemos la energía solar directa, que la podemos utilizar tanto para calor, por producir calor o producir electricidad. Pero tenemos el viento, tenemos la biomasa, tenemos los residuales, tenemos el biogás, tenemos tantas cosas que realmente son mucho más que las cosas que necesitamos. Realmente todo podemos hacerlo con fuentes renovables. No tenemos ya por qué seguir contaminando, ya no hace falta contaminar el medio ambiente.
También estamos apostando a los instrumentos económicos, de manera que los propios mecanismos de Tarrea Vida generen recursos que regresan a esas actividades. Por ejemplo, el estímulo para que las personas puedan introducir sistemas de biogás en la finca o que puedan instalar paneles eléctricos en la casa y el establecimiento de líneas de crédito del Estado para eso. De manera que usted tendría un capital retornable, no todo el capital sería a fondo perdido, sino que tendría un retorno de capital.
En este momento nosotros estamos enviando un poquitico de CO2 a la atmósfera. Acuérdate que la economía nuestra es muy poca, muy baja, pero estamos contaminando. O sea, podemos decir que también contaminamos. O sea, los carros son petroleros. La electricidad nuestra es eminentemente petrolera. Entonces nosotros tenemos que primero tenemos un programa, ya tenemos un programa donde hay que ir al transporte con fuentes renovables de energía, que podemos. Y tenemos también que ir al uso de las de las fuentes naturales de energía que también podemos. ¿Cuál es nuestro gran problema? Nuestro gran problema es el bloqueo. El bloqueo, por eso es que no podemos caminar más rápido.
Son ya más de 60 años de bloqueo. En estos momentos muy incrementado. La administración de Trump ha hecho mucho daño y todavía Biden no muestra, a pesar de que lo dijo en su campaña electoral, nada por aflojar las medidas, y tiene el país en situación muy difícil porque aunque muchos piensan que no, hay una persecución real.
Que quite el bloqueo contra el pueblo cubano, que es genocida criminal. Que quiten el bloqueo, que quiten el bloqueo.
Si quieren ayudar a nuestro país realmente, como lo dicen, que se elimine definitivamente el bloqueo contra nuestro país. Somos un pueblo listo para combatir junto a Fidel, a Raúl, a Canel y a todos los revolucionarios que vamos a defender nuestras conquistas al precio que sea necesario.
Defendemos la paz y que quiten el bloqueo, que es asesino y criminal.
Y nos merecemos trabajar sin presiones. Nos merecemos ser libres para nuestro comercio, libres para comprar más medicamentos, para que nuestra vida social tenga armonía, tengamos calidad de vida. Eso se lo merece el pueblo de Cuba.
Si realmente quiere ayudar a Cuba, levanta el bloqueo, levanta las sanciones. No es tan complicado, es solo un pueblo que quiere valerse por sí mismo y lograr desarrollarse. Simplemente eso. No más agresiones, solamente levanta el bloqueo.
Oye, tú me conoces. Ay, tú me conoces. Ah, tú me conoces. Ah, tú me conoces. Ay, tú me conoces. Oye, tú me conoces. Dice, aguántate bien para que el viento no te lleve. Ay, 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 para que el viento no te lleve.
Otro reto fundamental es dentro de la ciencia, adquirir nuevas tecnologías que hoy existen para muchas de las acciones que hacemos, pero que evidentemente para Cuba, dado el propio bloqueo, están afectados fundamentalmente nuestros científicos. Muchas veces resultados que pudiéramos dar en un periodo determinado se nos prolonga en el tiempo, y es precisamente por esta situación.
Usted pudiera en condiciones normales adquirir un equipo de alerta temprana en Estados Unidos. No puede hacerlo, tiene que irlo a buscar a China, a Rusia o a otra latitud. Con todo lo que implica en costos, tenemos limitaciones importantes en el acceso al financiamiento externo, en buena medida debido a la política de bloqueo. Un caso típico es que nosotros no podemos acceder a los bancos multilaterales de desarrollo. Dependemos de la cooperación bilateral, dependemos del sistema de Naciones Unidas, pero nuestras opciones son mucho más limitadas que las de cualquier país. Incluso accediendo a las fuentes en que conceptualmente podemos, porque no están limitadas por el bloqueo, internamente sí lo están, porque los eventuales socios para hacer actividades con Cuba también reciben las presiones de bloqueo, por si hace falta adquirir bienes o artículos que tienen que ver con Estados Unidos, tienen parte, tienen integrantes, ya entonces vuelven a regir las normas de bloqueo, y eso crea condiciones muy difíciles para la colaboración internacional. Incluso cuando acudimos a fondos que tienen que darnos esa financiación, como es el caso del Fondo Verde del Clima, en la más reciente votación del proyecto de Cuba que se aprobó en el mes de mayo en ese fondo, Estados Unidos se opuso al proyecto como parte de la Junta.
Yo creo que el que hayamos podido acceder a los fondos, al Fondo Verde del Clima, yo creo que ha sido un paso de avance, el que hayamos podido acceder y que por primera vez Cuba tenga la posibilidad de acceder a esos fondos privados. En el caso específico de la Unión Europea, el acceso a los fondos tiene como una cierta flexibilización, ¿no? Pero realmente es como llamaríamos, la palabra no me gustaría, es como una guerra constante, ¿no? el poder acceder a los fondos porque estamos realmente muy limitados para Cuba.
Hace ya más de 10 años se acordó que los países industrializados abonarían anualmente 100.000 millones de dólares, o sea, 100 billones como financiación climática, y eso hasta hoy sigue sin cumplirse. Cuentan doble la financiación, cuentan dinero que está prometido pero que no está entregado, cuentan como donaciones dinero que en realidad retornan, o sea, cuentan como entregado a un país dinero que en realidad retorna porque son préstamos. Cuando usted mira la financiación internacional, está totalmente desbalanceada a favor de la mitigación, porque es un negocio la mitigación, es mucho menos el dinero que se obtiene para la adaptación. Si usted mira la cifra de financiación a los pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo, que son de los grupos más vulnerables, es bajísima la cifra de financiación. Es muy poco el dinero internacional que se mueve, porque la adaptación generalmente tendría que ser una financiación a fondo perdido. Y la intención de los países del norte es tener una recuperación de esa inversión y están buscando que eso no ocurra a través del compromiso estatal que tiene que tener, sino a partir de cualquier tipo de mecanismo, del mercado, de otros mecanismos de aseguramiento, de préstamos, pero no son los mecanismos que garantizan el flujo financiero que se requiere internacionalmente.
Sí necesitamos fondos, no solo los del Estado cubano, también los fondos internacionales a los cuales accedemos, que muchas veces también se nos limitan. Lo que pasa es que todavía llegamos a algunos fondos internacionales como el GEF, tenemos varios proyectos presentados. Hay un nuevo proyecto que va a iniciarse, se le denomina Mi Costa, del GEF 7.
Cuba ha recibido un financiamiento de 23,9 millones para desarrollar este proyecto. Esto ha tenido un cofinanciamiento en moneda nacional por la parte cubana con un compromiso de diferentes ministerios e instituciones del país. Nosotros estamos trabajando en los 3 componentes de este proyecto, pero básicamente en el componente número 2, que tiene que ver con la formación de formadores, creación de capacidades en las comunidades, para que implementen este proyecto, porque lo más importante tanto de Mi Costa como de resiliencia costera es formar capacidades para que una vez que terminen los proyectos, las personas puedan andar solas. Y ahí viene la sostenibilidad real del proyecto.
La principal aportación, en mi opinión, de Tarrea Vida es haber llevado a todos los niveles de la sociedad el debate climático. Con imperfecciones, con limitaciones en la comprensión, nosotros todavía tenemos hoy mucha inconformidad con la percepción social sobre el tema climático, pero le hemos dado una publicidad y una visibilidad que nunca tuvo con anterioridad. Pero de todas formas hay resultados concretos. En este periodo, por ejemplo, el 11% de las viviendas que estaban en las zonas más vulnerables de los asentamientos costeros fueron reubicadas.
Tenemos también la recuperación de los corales, tenemos granjas de corales, tenemos recuperado más de 38.000 hectáreas de manglar en esta zona sur de La Habana. Hoy tenemos más del 30% de la cobertura boscosa de Cuba. Yo creo que eso es un elemento que si lo evaluamos desde el año 59, cuando triunfó la revolución, que estábamos a un 14% de cobertura boscosa, al número que hoy estamos evaluando, ha habido un trabajo de reforestación.
¿Y el café está también impactado por cambios en el clima?
Sí, por ejemplo, este café es robusta. Esta es una variedad de café que se trajo de Brasil, buscando que es una planta más resistente, que el café se madura en la mata y no se gotea, porque aquí en Cuba tenemos el café arábico. Ese café arábico fue muy bueno, es el café tradicional de aquí en Cuba, pero que tiene esa desventaja, que se gotea, lo que es el árbol es más pequeño, y entonces aquí se busca esto. Este café, podándolo todos los años, te rinde el doble de lo que te rinde una planta de café arábico.
El programa hidráulico del país, en medio de estas limitaciones, en el corto plazo, invirtió más de 1.000 millones de pesos en acciones relativas a Tarrea Vida. Gestión segura del agua, mejora de la calidad, disponibilidad del agua en lugares remotos. O sea, hay una serie de cuestiones que han mejorado mucho, incluyendo nuevas políticas que hasta ahora no teníamos. Como los países tenemos distintos modelos, económicos y sociales. Nosotros creemos que en el caso de Cuba el modelo socialista ha sido vital para esa posibilidad de prosperar en Tarrea Vida. Otros países también tendrán que analizarlo en su entorno, donde también pueden catalizar determinadas fuerzas y determinadas capacidades para implementar esa planificación. Hay un riesgo importante en tratar de resolver lo climático desde lo climático, dejando a un lado las premisas socioeconómicas donde estos problemas se anidan. Hay que resolver problemas estructurales, que eso para Cuba siempre ha sido una realidad, como el tema de la pobreza, con la cual Cuba estuvo lidiando a los comienzos de la revolución y erradicando la forma de pobreza extrema, porque es muy difícil que en condiciones de pobreza o profunda desigualdad económica y social usted haga prosperar una agenda climática. Uno de los problemas hoy es que usted no puede tornar la matriz energética del mundo con los niveles de consumo actual de combustible fósil a energía renovable, porque no hay ni para producir en paneles y en torres eólicas, ni espacio para ponerlo, no hay manera, ni hay recursos suficientes para todo eso. Y si usted transformara todo el transporte mañana automáticamente eléctrico, sigue teniendo los mismos problemas de congestión, del parqueo, de las carreteras, del gran consumo de acero, de cemento, en fin, si no hay un cambio en la forma de vida y en lo que aspiramos como una vida plena, y eso es parte del debate del socialismo, era parte del debate del Che sobre el hombre nuevo, ¿no? Si usted no hace un hombre nuevo, es muy difícil enfrentar el tema climático. Yo creo que un plan como Tarrea Vida requiere de un sistema socialista en su soporte. Requiere una visión que no esté sesgada por la ganancia, que no esté sesgada por el interés, que tenga como presupuesto la equidad social y que tenga por presupuesto evitar todo tipo de desigualdad. Un plan de esa naturaleza profundo requiere un sistema social diferente, que es el socialismo.
Yo creo que Cuba llega a esta COP con resultados que podemos compartir. No es que estemos satisfechos, nos falta mucho todavía por hacer, pero como personas, como ciudadanos, como cubanos, creo que podemos continuar compartiendo con todos nuestros hermanos, con nuestros países, con los diferentes países que trabajamos de conjunto todos estos temas, con los científicos, las comunidades científicas, las universidades de todos los países. Creo que estos son elementos que tenemos que continuarlos compartiendo y de hecho eso es lo que Cuba en cada una de estas COP ha demostrado, siempre tener a la disposición nuestros resultados que para otros pueden ser evaluados y pueden ser tomados también como línea base para iniciar o para continuar los estudios, como nosotros también hemos hecho con muchos resultados de ciencia de muchas de las universidades y de centros de investigaciones con los cuales tenemos colaboración y compartimos.
No proponemos dar lecciones al mundo, pero sí lo que queremos es compartir nuestras experiencias. Tenemos estudios establecidos, el plan de enfrentamiento para el cambio climático, la Tarrea Vida, es una experiencia que podemos compartir con varios países, que lo hemos hecho con países del Caribe, el cual podemos compartir con el mundo.
Una primera lección aprendida es voluntad política. Es decir, los organismos internacionales, Naciones Unidas, siempre están haciendo énfasis en las voluntades políticas.
Quizás son las tres lecciones aprendidas más importantes: la voluntad política, la comunicación para traducir los resultados y la formación de los jóvenes. Desde el punto de vista mío, lo más importante que hemos logrado en Cuba.
Mi mensaje a esa conferencia de cambio climático es el mensaje de la inclusión social. El mensaje de las personas, de que esa COP tiene que llegar y parecerse a las personas, a los sujetos con los cuales trabajamos. Que las personas se apropien de esos resultados, que son científicos, que son resultados políticos, que son declaraciones de principio, pero que tienen que ponerse en diálogo con los sujetos, con las personas, con las mujeres, con los hombres, con las personas con discapacidad, con los jóvenes, con las niñas y los niños. Cada uno desde sus conocimientos, desde sus saberes, desde sus imaginarios sociales, del lugar donde viven, de ese territorio, de ese espacio que comparten, que no puede estar desconectado. Los resultados de la COP no pueden estar desconectados de la gente. Ese es mi mensaje.
Si Cuba logra llegar a un desarrollo sostenible y el resto del mundo no, nos vamos a morir igual. O sea, porque es el mundo quien tiene que ir al desarrollo sostenible, no Cuba. Tenemos que ir todo el mundo. Y por eso queremos y quisiéramos también que la mentalidad del resto de la gente del mundo vaya también cambiando y que se vaya queriendo lo mejor, lo verdaderamente mejor para el desarrollo humano, para el desarrollo de la humanidad. La tarea vida debería ser mundial, no puede ser nacional, solamente de Cuba. Tenemos que hacer una tarea vida para el mundo entero y que todo el mundo trate de que haya un mundo cada vez mejor, no cada vez peor como lo estamos en este momento teniendo.
Definitely, it's something that it involves everyone, and it involves the society and the population and people for everywhere. So I think that's kind of like my recommendation to them, that, you know, I think we need to take action and we need to do things and we need to just be active. You know, we cannot be passive in this situation. We need to be active, and we need to be active now.
Entonces, vamos a sembrar esas masas por allá.
Thank you. Once again, Cuba is teaching us that life comes above all and values life above profits. And this is so amazing. And so now we're gonna move on to the Q&A section. And we have the first question. You ready, Helen? Thank you for that amazing work. So the first question, Helen, how was the capitalist concept of trying to focus on personal responsibility in relation to climate change set us back in addressing institutional environmental degradation? You're muted.
Okay, I'm now unmuted. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed that. That's only the 4th time that this documentary has been shown. So the interviews took place over the summer. We had quarantine entering Cuba and quarantine returning to Britain, and managed to, you know, do a bit of what you saw in between in boiling hot Havana. We were there on the 11th of July, which was another interesting experience. And yeah, there were we got back in August, had to quarantine for 11 days here in the UK, and then we made the documentary in about 2.5 months. So it's been an incredibly intense process of producing it, and this is only the 4th time it's been shown. So great to see all your questions. The question that I'm answering now is about the focus that has been put on individual responsibility, and it clearly is a neoliberal response to what is a global problem resulting from structures, economic structures and international structures. And in fact, I'm in Glasgow, so you'll know that that's where the COP conference took place. So, we made the documentary for events of COP, and I've been engaging with a lot of activities around COP. And one of the points, one thing that I recently heard is that even this concept of a carbon footprint, which is one of the mechanisms for individualizing the question of your impact on the environment, that was something that apparently was produced by BP with $100 million budget to come up with some sort of response to critics for their environmental damage. So to turn it into this concept of an individual response, and it's all atomized. And that avoids the big question. So we are, expected to feel incredibly guilty if we go to the supermarket and we've forgotten a plastic bag. But where is the pressure on the corporations to stop wrapping everything in, 10 layers of plastic? And the real questions that are asked about what really happens to stuff that we think we're conscientiously recycling. So clearly, yes, I think that this is a mechanism of sort of capitalism. It's consistent with neoliberalism, of individualism, to put the emphasis on us as individuals and not deal with the really systemic questions. And I think the documentary captures it excellently, because the comments by Orlando Rey, who was here actually in Glasgow earlier this month for as a member of Cuba's delegation to COP, and the points that he makes about how I can't remember the point I was going to make, but the causes of this are rooted in socio-economic development. In other words, in capitalist development, which is development for profit, development focused on consumption and using an industrial model, which it's true that all countries followed, even the socialist countries followed steadfast to the concept that good development was industrial development, rather than questioning the very concepts. And that's been a newer contribution of countries like Bolivia with their concept of Buen Vivir, and also Ecuador with this process of the social movements bringing to government bringing to power radical governments from the post-2000 period. So yeah, that's quite a long answer to your first question. I know there's quite a few more, so I'll let you move on to another question.
Oh, thank you for that. Just takes me back to when Fidel said, no more hunger, no more consumerism. And Cuba is not only saying it, but they're actually doing it with their actions. So the second question is, how did Cuba achieve such a high level of organization among its civilian population to fight climate change? And how can it be replicated elsewhere?
So the system that works in Cuba is actually the same grassroots organization that takes place politically, socially, culturally, in every other way. So they have, there's this narrative about Cuba that it's a dictatorship or a one-party state because it only has one political party, although the Communist Party doesn't actually stand in elections in Cuba. But actually, if you look at, if you have a broader concept of democracy and say, well, democracy is not just capitalism with multi-parties vying for power, it's something more about people in their localities being able to affect their own lives and the policies that are implemented and the formation and the application of those policies. So the Cubans are highly organized at the local level. And that takes two forms. One is the what's called the organizations of the masses. And that includes the Women's Federation. It includes political organizations like the Union of Young Communists and the Communist Party. It includes the Small Farmers Association, which is more relevant here, which in 1994, again, shortly after Fidel Castro's speech at Rio, included sustainable development as a goal in its constitution, and various other organizations. And then you have the political system of political representation. So in every few streets, you have what in England we call a ward, a level of representation, and there are frequent elections, and you get a situation where most adults will have at some point represented their local neighborhood, and then it goes up higher to municipal level, which is what we call in the UK a borough, and it feeds up in that way. And I remember interviewing a slightly older Black woman in the mountains in Guantanamo, and she was a representative for Guantanamo in the National Assembly. I remember asking her, or someone on the brigade that I was there with asked her, how close do you feel to Havana as the center of power? And she said, I'm there, I am in the center of power. I represent my area in the National Assembly of People's Power. So we feel like it's just there. So so what they're doing then is they're using that same experience of organization and mobilization, but they're focusing it on this urgent need. As you saw, very early after the revolution, they had that terrible Hurricane Flora. In fact, it happened in October. Che Guevara used to talk about the spirit of October, because you had the Cuban Missile Crisis in October, and then you had Hurricane Flora in October, where people really pulled together to look after each other and worked harder and did what was necessary. So since then they have had to have this civil defense, and you see like they're very clear they do have fatalities, but the numbers are extremely low, and they're usually people who refuse to leave a place where they are despite being warned. And so now what they're doing, the other aspect that's really important is incredible level of education and access to education. So every single municipality in Cuba, which, as I said, is like a borough, has a university campus. And what that means is that you have an extremely high level of scientists per population. And so, a lot of those will be climate scientists. There's also, as I'm sure you all know, a very high level of medical scientists. And those, people, instead of having to go to the big cities to work in the big institutions, they can work locally in those local work centers. So that brings as Orlando Rey says, Tarrea Vida, the state plan is a very short document. It's like an umbrella plan, but it needs to be opened up and given flesh, in a sense, given the detail comes from the local areas. Because when it's about adaptation, you cannot design it in an air-conditioned office in Havana. It has to be done by local people who know the conditions that they face, and who will often come up with, as he said, really better solutions for the problems that they're facing.
Thank you. So moving on to the third question. Is the need for Cuba to trade with countries far away because people in the US cannot do business with Cuba and vice versa, hurting the environment by preventing economic localization?
Yeah, so I think this is really important. I mean, the Cubans can't buy, they're just avid rice eaters, as anyone who goes to Cuba knows. They have to eat rice for lunch and dinner. They consume a great deal of rice, which can't be produced domestically. Now, if they could get that from the United States, a few dozen miles away, then it would cost very little in transport costs, but also much less pollution. As it is, they have to purchase and import a great proportion of their rice from Vietnam. Now, of course, that has an additional cost economically, which is a big deal for Cuba because they are really suffering at the moment economically, but also environmentally. The fact that Cuba has had to turn since the 1990s with the collapse of the Soviet bloc and what was known as the special period of economic crisis, the Cubans had to turn to tourism as an industry, and it became, before COVID, before Trump, or around that era, it's the second biggest earner for Cuba in export services. And they have turned to tourism because normal trade and normal production is so distorted and so obstructed by US sanctions. So, now they rely on tourists who, on the whole, fly in from overseas. And again, those flights are bad for the environment. But, this is, we can't be idealistic and just say to Cuba, well, you shouldn't open up to tourism because tourists come on aeroplanes. I mean, I think, as it said right at the beginning, Cuba is responsible today for 0.08% of carbon emissions. And, this is the characteristic that you see small island developing nations and the global South in general, excluding the big current day polluters. They are at the front line of the impacts of climate change, despite being contributing very little to the creation of this problem.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I learned when I traveled to Cuba, that the most impacted by climate change are the ones that are least polluting the environment. Thank you. Moving to the next question. One of the interviewees mentioned the plans Cuba is making for the years 2050 to 2100 in response to rising sea levels. What does the protection of life and the mitigation of structural damage look like in the long term on the island? And what would be possible additionally if the blockade were finally lifted?
Yeah, so the way the plan works is that Tarrea Vida, it is a plan that's divided into, first it was short term, that period has passed, that was more or less 2015 to 2020, except the plan was approved in the National Assembly in 2017. And then you have, that was very short term, then you have short term, then long term, medium term, long term, and very long term, which takes the plan up to 2100. But the details will be fleshed out in each stage. So at the moment, they're working on 5-year plans. So they have just finished the evaluation of the work that was done, and you saw them summarizing in the documentary, some of the achievements, and that's been submitted to the government, and they are now working on the next plan. I mean, it's worth saying that the first 5 years of Tarrea Vida have overlapped with both COVID and the Trump administration, which has had a huge impact on Cuba's capacity economically, but also to get technology that it needs to carry out what is a technological shift in some areas, particularly with energy, and to get other, access to scientific equipment and all the rest of it. So the prognosis, the sort of the projections, they're using the is it IPCC projections, and it's pretty dire. I mean, I read an article, this is how I came to interview Eduardo Planos, who's the first guy who speaks, the meteorologist, and it was so depressing. They're talking about losing a substantial amount of land mass. That's one thing. Cuba is already losing 1.2 meters around the edge every year already. So I think there are some statistics that I think it's by 2050, sea level rise will be about 29 centimeters. By 2100, 85. I mean, I haven't just looked them up before coming in, but it's not just the loss of territories on the coast. What happens is when the sea encroaches on the land, it also you get salination of water reserves. So this is really has a major impact on the capacity to provide clean drinking water for people, but also water for agriculture. The other thing is, if they look at the level of heat rise, the temperature rise they're looking at, will mean that some of their staples like pork, again rice, will be heavily impacted. So they'll have to change their whole diet. So it's a massive, some of it can be reversed, or they can make adaptations, like the whole point about using mangroves to decrease the amount of coastal land that they lose and to decrease that problem of salination of waters. That they can do, but can they do anything about rising temperatures? It's a global problem, and as we've just said, it's one that Cuba's not really responsible for. So there is the structural damage on the island. Just looking back at the question, it's scary. It's very scary, and there's only so much that they can do with their plan. But their plan is focused on saving and protecting lives, the environment, and the economy.
Yeah, thank you. One more question. I would love to hear about any of the interviews, subject areas that they wanted to include in this doc, but maybe couldn't include for the sake of time.
Yeah, so the big issue really was not so much issues and time, but we wanted to get out and about more. We were in Cuba when during the terrible surge over the summer, and it was quite strict regulations in Havana. We couldn't leave and visit Mariel Special Development Zone, where they have a huge solar panel park to show that more. And also and we wanted to, is my connection okay? I think
you're cutting off. I think you're back now.
Hi, turn my camera off.
That sounds
Hi,
better.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I've turned my camera off because sometimes when I have a problem, if I turn the camera off, it will work. So I don't know how much you missed, but I was saying that we wanted to go, to get together with some of these groups of kids that meet up and clean rivers and stuff like that. And we couldn't, because, a lot of stuff was closed down because of COVID. So the footage in the film is from what we have in the film is not something we filmed. It's archive footage that we managed to access. So no, that's it. We had lined up an interview with Cuba's most famous and loved weatherman, but unfortunately he had to cancel at the last minute. But apart from that, there's it was very hard to edit it down to less than an hour. And so on the whole, we have like one person raising one issue, but there could have been many different ways to saying the same points.
Thank you. We're out of time, but one last question. Has China helped with any production of solar panels?
Yes, China has helped with the production facilities, and also Cuba has imports from China. And China, I think, is undertaking a big investment now to help Cuba with solar farms. I mean, even just the fact that when China entered the sector of industrial production of solar panels, it meant that the price dropped remarkably. Before that, it was so difficult for Cuba, even though they understood the importance, but they were buying from the European Union and it cost, $2,500 per panel. And then China starts knocking them out for $100. So it had, yes, it's one of the areas where there is most active collaboration with China. There's also collaboration with China in terms of medical science, biotechnology, which is something I've written about in other places. Okay.
Thank you so much. I'm sure there's more questions. I know I want to continue this dialogue, but we got to move on. Thank you, Helen. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me and thanks for showing the film.
So any closing thoughts or calls to action, Helen?
Sorry, what was that? Did you ask me a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to see if you had any thoughts or any calls for action.
I think it's clear in that documentary and in the previous one that I made, which is available on YouTube. It's called Cuban COVID-19, Public Health, Science and Solidarity. The biggest obstacle to Cuban development is the US blockade. And I think it's absolutely clear that the best way to help Cuba, we can set up projects and, you know, try and send a few £1,000s for this project or that project, but none of that, all of that will bear into insignificance against the economic benefit to Cuba of eliminating the blockade. And don't listen to the destructive narrative that says somehow Cuba benefits from the blockade or they would be overwhelmed if it was removed. It is, it's a huge obstacle. And my book talks about what an incredible feat for Cuba to survive and to have developed in areas like medical science, like the energy revolution, like sustainable development, like incredible medical internationalism, where 400,000 Cubans have been overseas to help and improve lives. So from where you guys are in the belly of the beast, it is vitally important that, you know, you step up your work to end criminal and genocidal sanctions, as that woman says. And that's, you know, we just literally walked through that rally on the Malecom, and that's what people think. That's the voice of real Cubans. So yeah, that's my call to actions. And thank you so much for inviting me and for showing the documentary. And I hope the rest of the conference goes well. It's quite late here and I need to get my kids to bed, so I'm going to probably leave you. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Helen. Have a good night. And I'll pass it on to Solange.
Helen and Fanny, thank you so much for an incredible movie viewing and such a grounded discussion. What a gift y'all gave us to focus directly on climate justice in Cuba and their practice of climate justice in all parts of their nation, including parts of their political system. I was blown away by hearing that pre-revolution Cuba had 14% forestation, and they were able to double the amount of forest to 30% and are still going forward. They show us that the damage done doesn't have to be permanent, and we can be in right relationship with the land and with the water, like Julia said. So just like last break, we're going to continue to gather our learnings and resources and questions. I invite everyone to click on the link for our reflection slide deck in the chat. Just like before, we're going to go to our sticky notes. There's a couple different slides of sticky notes. We're looking for slides 19 through 29. It will look like what you see on the screen right here. We want to know, what did you learn? And what are you taking away? And what are the resources that you have? Each question is repeated a few times, so there's room for everyone to share. So we're going to take, maybe one or two songs, just a couple minutes, so we can gather our resources together and share them on this slide deck. If you can't work with the slide deck, feel free to put them in the chat and we will transfer them so all of us can share your brilliance and knowledge. So just a couple minutes for the slide deck. And again, if you feel moved to donate to the brigade, to Helen Yaffe's project, to any of the orgs from earlier, we welcome that. What a nice time with some nice music. Okay, before we go into the last part of our conference, we have a workshop and we're going to close out. We have one more coffee break, just like last time, another opportunity to connect with others. Similar to last time, there will be a bilingual breakout group and a Spanish-only breakout group to talk about the debrief, this first session on land back and land reform, the second session on climate justice. We also wanted to ask if there was other rooms people wanted to name. So if you want to have a specific room that's not about either of the previous sessions, about something else, please put it in the chat for us now, so our magical tech people can make the breakout rooms. Just pausing for a second to see if anybody has any additional breakout rooms for our coffee break. No pressure, just an offering. Okay, community. We will have about 15 minutes for these breakout groups. Just like before, this is a great time to grab coffee, grab food, take a walk, go to the bathroom. We have 15 minutes. We'll come back at about 1 o'clock Pacific and 4 o'clock Eastern. The community guidelines still stand from earlier. Thank you, Rachel, for putting them in the chat. And Fatima says, who's our magical tech person, turning off interpretation now and opening the main rooms. Please remember you have the ability to return to the main session of any time in case you need any of us. Okay, see y'all in about 15.
Ori mi kole abane, àwọn bad belle want to suffocate. With the bad doing the jollificate. All I told be yeah, my body was it. Oh, I told be yeah, my body was it. What the told be yeah, my body was it. Body was it. Yeah, my body was it. What's it bad now? What's it bad now? What's it bad now? What's it bad? Got the bigger man, yeah. Baby, oh, you're up the bit to telephone, yeah. Oh, popcorn in the bullet van, yeah. I be bad, yeah, if you're not the fan, yeah. I see I got your shoes, got the see shoes, yeah. Wanna go bad and I go wish you, yeah. Bad job, so I want to fish you, yeah. Go down in that bit to boss, make I miss you, yeah. Busy in the morning, move that DJ, yeah. Move that freaking what, move that replay, yeah. I like the way you shake down the cape, yeah. Your bum bigger than Bombay, yeah. Put it on me, I'm a malasso, yeah. Come on, apologize, darling, mushu, yeah. I just wanna call you, I hold you, yeah. Oh, the love will bend it up, full of worship. But it's bad now, but you elevate. Ori mi kole abane. Àwọn bad belle want to suffocate. With the bad doing the jollificate. All I told be yeah, my body was it. Oh, I told be yeah, my body was it. What the told be yeah, my body was it. Body was it. Yeah, my body was it. Yeah. What's it bad now? Yeah. What's it bad now? What's it bad? What's it bad now? Yeah. What's it bad? No, fit. Yeah, no, fit. Yeah, no, fit. Yeah. What's it bad now? What's the elevate? And it's so peso. Jacka Jado, I'm feeling my bedroom. Oh, you both tapioca. I got time break dance, no conga. Nobody tell it, dream in the energy. Me around, she be trying to feel energy. If you believe me, look, I believe it too. If you believe it, I believe it too. While I waste time, me, I should cocoa. And me right shit, I want cocoa. It's all okay, I should be okay. But it's okay, only keep okay. But the brain love me, shame over okay. What the judge, what the one get shape out, darling, any money type of go. What's it by now, what's the elevate? Ori mi, call it abane. I don't bad belly, want to suffocate. With the bad doing the jellyfish. All I told me, I'm a party with you. Oh, I told me, I'm a party with you. What the told me, I'm a party with you. Party with you, I'm a party with you. What's it by now? What's it by now? What's it by? What's it by now? What's it by? No, 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 bitch. What's it no, 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 bitch. What's it no, 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 bitch. What's it no, 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 no. What's it by no? What's the yellow bitch? Yeah. What's it by no? What's the yellow bitch? Yeah. What's it by no? What's it yeah. What's the yellow bitch? By no, 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 what's the yellow bitch? Shout balístico.
Preocupado el presidente anaranjado, viendo que las elecciones las perdió.
Solicita a los que le hacen los mandados que se apuren pues la fiesta terminó.
Y mirando que se va a acabar el varo,
Han formado un titingo, se han negado a abandonar la Casa Blanca, a la silla del despacho se amarró.
Los pelitos que le quedan los arranca, pataleando por la rabia que le dio.
Y mirando a Cuba con sus batas blancas, de cabeza se tiró.
El que tenga confusión que se confunda, el que quiera claridad que venga a ver.
La jugada no es compleja ni profunda, está claro cómo quieren proceder.
Solo falta que nosotros los dejemos,
y eso no va a suceder.
con la conga de los hoyos no te metas.
Cuba viva sin que nadie la someta.
Mi tierra linda, mi cubanía, mi bandera se respeta.
De La Habana para Santiago,
defiende lo tuyo, cubano.
Que no te metas con mi tierra, que mi Cuba se respeta.
Soy el mambí que aún vive con el machete en la mano. No, 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 no. ¿Qué me importa si comentas?
De donde vengo yo, estamos listos para la contienda. Aguanta ahí, pero dime tú, ¿pa' qué tú inventas? Con mi pueblo guarachando, yo vine aquí para cantar. Toda Cuba está esperando que yo la ponga a gozar.
Aquí nadie tiene miedo, tú conmigo no te metas. ¡Hey! Oye, soquetón, mi alegría te molesta.
Porque tú me conoces bien en todas mis facetas. Que no
El Che que subió al Turquino con entrañas insurgentes. El Che que subió al Turquino con entrañas insurgentes abrió para sus pacientes un recetario argentino. Sembró en su rojo camino un racimo de ideales y con manos aurorales dejó el galeno inmortal, la medicina social en todos los hospitales.
Che Guevara, sol fulgente, que el mismo cielo acaricia, eres contra la injusticia un vigía permanente. Continente a continente con toda tu luz te expandes. Hombre grande entre los grandes, hecho de mate y palmera, eres fusil y bandera por donde quiera que andes.
Cuando recluso de manos crueles era el combatiente, cuando recluso de manos crueles era el combatiente, lo asesinaron vilmente los títeres bolivianos. Herido ante los tiranos, reveló su cuerpo puro y por aquel plomo duro que mató al doctor Vanguardia, el sol se puso de guardia en la quebrada del Yuro.
Oh, Che comandante amigo, no puede ser como el Che, un hombre cuando no esté hecho de acero y de trigo. Cuando esas tres letras digo, miro hacia lo excepcional. Porque el hombre colosal que vertió su sangre tibia en la selva de Bolivia tiene un rostro universal.
Che comandante, tu voz, hija del proletariado. Che comandante, tu voz, hija del proletariado,
es un fusil engrasado contra el despotismo atroz.
Te das en siembra de arroz y en fortaleza de acero.
Donde heroico guerrillero te miran Granma y Turquino,
sudar por el campesino y sudar por el obrero.
la canción del tiempo que ha faltado. Háblele de él al viento, a la quebrada. Huele la canción, la herida no está cerrada, porque su montaña de sur, porque su montaña de sur. Vuelva la razón a procurar camino, pues amanecer aún cuesta tanto frío. Vuelva la razón, cual lluvia de esta tierra, al tiempo de la sed del corazón, al tiempo de la sed del corazón. Vuelve a ser amor, que mi pueblo me está esperando. Vuelve a ser amor, como cuando te ibas sembrando. Vuelve a ser amor para que cantarte no sea solo canción. Vuelve a ser amor, vuelve a ser amor, que mi pueblo lo está esperando. Vuelve a ser amor, como cuando te ibas entrando. Vuelve a ser amor para que cantarte no sea solo canción. Vuelve a ser amor. No se puso el sol, es cosa de nublados. No apostaste tú, perdieron los que odiaron. Te vieron pasar mi calle con tu estrella. No es resucitar, es tanta huella. No es resucitar, es tanta huella. Vuelve a ser amor, que mi pueblo lo está esperando. Vuelve a ser amor, como cuando te ibas sembrando. Vuelve a ser amor para que cantar no sea solo canción. Vuelve a ser amor, vuelve a ser amor, que mi pueblo lo está esperando. Vuelve a ser amor, como cuando te ibas
Welcome back, everyone. I just want to remind everyone that we have access to interpretation in Spanish, and you can access that by clicking on the globe at the bottom of your screen and selecting Spanish. Quiero recordarle a todos que tenemos interpretación en español. Solo tienes que oprimir el globo abajo de tu pantalla para seleccionar español. So we so glad to welcome you back. I'm excited to be here with so many comrades across the hemisphere, across the world. And thank you for staying present the whole conference. This space has been magical because of all of you bringing your full selves. This next session is a car caravan organizing workshop. But before we get down to the details, let's ground ourselves. My name is Nova, and I use the personal pronouns she, or my name Nova. I went to the 50th Venceremos Brigade 2 years ago, and I have been participating in the VB ever since in working groups. I currently live on occupied LandBack territory, also known as the Bronx in New York City. because of the US empire's involvement in the countries where my parents come from, the Dominican Republic and Paraguay. Ever since, my family has been living here. I'm so grateful to be here learning with you all and connecting with you all through this conference. And I want to just pass the mic to my co-moderator, Sulan.
My name is Sulan. Nice to see everybody again. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm on the National Coordinating Committee of the Venceremos Brigade, and I organize within our organizing working group. I've been on the brigade 3 times between 2007 and 2019. I'm from the south side of Milwaukee, which is unceded Menominee, Ho-Chunk, Potawatomi, Kickapoo, and other Indigenous nation land. And I currently live on unceded Puyallup and Coast Salish territory known as Tacoma, Washington. Always calling for land back and water back in our lifetime across the globe, up here in Coast Salish territory and at Guantanamo.
Thank you, Sulan, for reintroducing yourself. So I'd love to hear from all of you in the chat. Remind us, who are you? What group are you here with? Do you currently organize in solidarity with Cuba? Let us know in the chat. Maybe I'll ask again. So let us reintroduce yourselves, please, in the chat. Who are you? What group are you here with? Are you currently organizing in solidarity with Cuba? Great. Hi, Bear, Oneansu. Wonderful. And so I'll pass the mic to Sulan to just do some more grounding for us.
Okay. Okay, we wanted to ground a little bit before we talk about the logistics of organizing. So Cuba's revolution from the July 26th movement, and as it continues, presents us with hope for the transformation of humanity and of our planet, and of course, blueprints for our own movements here. When we go to Cuba, we learn that everyday regular Cubans call themselves revolutionaries and combatants because the everyday work of carrying the revolution in their communities, their economies, and their political system is a task that everybody's involved in. That collective care and continued labor and protection in support of all that's happening in Cuba. And we want to extend that vision that Cuba provides back to our own lives and our own movements. Our org, the Venceremos Brigade, started in 1969, is an anti-imperialist project of political education and voluntary labor in solidarity with Cuba. We traveled to Cuba and have been traveling to Cuba, including some people on this call have been to Cuba many, many times. Some people even before I was able to go to Cuba or even old enough to. So it's been the collective work of our project, the Venceremos Brigade, to go to Cuba, to support Cuba, to be able to do civil disobedience against the blockade, and to be able to learn from Cuba. So tell us in the chat, have you ever been to Cuba before? Been on the brigade with one of us or with one of our comrade organizations like Pastors for Peace or with the Mayday contingent? We want to hear it. Cute. Even some of our comrades in this conference just got back from Cuba last night. Amazing. Yes, keep it coming, everyone. And so now we're going to get to the nuts and bolts of our organizing for Cuba one way. Pass it back to Nova. Just kidding. Nova's having some internet crises. And by crisis, I mean just like technological issues. So I will carry it until she's back.
I'm back.
Yes.
Okay. Wonderful. It's so great to see that so many folks have been to Cuba and some others who haven't been. This is a great space for you to be in. I wanted to also ask for everyone here, why do we organize? Why are we doing community organizing in this world? Let's like bring it back a little bit. To change the world. Yes, Juana, yes, to change the world, because a better world is possible. Thank you, Oni. I think it's important to remind ourselves why we do community organizing, because right now in this workshop, where we'll be talking about where our power stems from, we got to remember what we're doing this for. So we're on the same page. This is great. Organizing is about leveraging the power we have in resources, in people, in a collective vision. It's about creating a better world without oppression. And as the Venceremos Brigade, we've been dedicated to organizing alongside Cuba in solidarity, because as mentioned earlier, we live in the belly of the beast. And it is our ability to organize from here and confront the counter revolutionary offensive of the US and its imperialism. And that requires a strong unity of all of our leftist and pro-revolution peoples. So we need all of you to continue this fight and to win. We must fight for liberation today as if it can be received today. Because as we saw from the documentary earlier, it is not too late. It is not a lost cause. And so we're here about taking action in solidarity with Cuba. And for us at the Venceremos Brigade, we believe that solidarity with Cuba means organizing to end the blockade and shutting down the Guantanamo Bay prison. Who else agrees with me? Yes, can I get a Tom, Fanny, Nesbit, a thumbs up? Wonderful, thank you. The Cuba Solidarity Movement across Turtle Island has been hosting car caravans the last Sunday of every month. And we do this visibly to show our solidarity with Cuba, to build across our movements, and to build our capacities for action. We know that when we come together, we are building power together. And the more power that we're able to build, the more power that we can flex with bolder and larger actions that can help us win our goals for liberation, not only for Cuba, but for all of us. I want to know in the chat if you've ever organized or participated in a car caravan before, either locally in your neighborhood or anywhere else. Who has organized or participated in a car caravan? Nice. So I would see some people haven't been, but maybe have been to pro-Cuba actions. Great. Some people have participated. Let us know in the chat, how was it? Where did you go? How did it feel to be in a car caravan? I can also maybe just describe or invite others to describe that usually what we have is folks have a bunch of cars, and it's kind of like a parade in a sense, where you line up and you drive usually to a destination. And in some cities, the caravan is about the journey. In some places, it's about the destination. Here in New York, for example, the car caravan travels to the Jose Marti statue in Central Park. In Tarrea in Albuquerque, New Mexico, the car caravan meets to do some political education together as a group before they start off. And they usually use the car caravan as a way to build a coalition that's focused on Cuba with other organizations. So it can be, it can have like different uses, and it can look different ways, a car caravan.
you. So with Nova's framing, we're gonna get into small breakout groups. Our magical tech people have set us up to be in a couple small groups. And the idea is that we're gonna be able to do two things in the group. So like we've been doing this whole conference, we resource us. For people on Zoom, we're gonna move into our breakout groups. And for people on the live stream, folks are welcome to put resources into the chat. After our breakout groups, we'll come back together and share out. In our groups, make sure you identify someone to take notes and another person to keep track of time and to share ideas back in the main room. And if it's helpful, you can always ask someone to facilitate if you need, but also like collective conversation is good. Also, before we share our ask for you all in the breakout group, we want to reiterate that these breakout groups still carry our community agreements. We're respecting the space, people, stories, and time. We want to co-create a revolutionary space for generative exchange. We're looking for equity over equality, so sharing about discomfort, sharing, and labor. So we locate ourselves, who we are in our conversations. Follow the leadership of those most impacted by white supremacy, cis-heteropatriarchy, and colonialization. Make connections and resist tangents, participate or move up, move back. Look for ways to build up, not only break down, and hold deep connection, complexity without perfectionism. Those are also on the screen and available in the slide deck. Really always wanting to call each other in if something is going wrong, but hopefully we can just show up in the space carrying out these community agreements. So in our breakout groups, we're gonna take the shares that Nova provided us and then think through, even if we have been part of a car caravan, or if we're dreaming about organizing a car caravan or participate in a car caravan, we wanna know, what are your goals of your car caravan in your dreams or in reality? What are some visuals or ways of having visuals in a car caravan that you're dreaming of or that you've been to? So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna generate these goals and these visuals for each other together in our small groups, and then come back to share out. And then we can meet up in our own places to have them. Okay. I actually am looking at Nova to think, how much time do we have for our breakout groups?
I think probably let's do 15 minutes so we have enough time to share out.
Okay, cool. Okay, so we see you guys back in 15 minutes. Nova and me will each pop into a breakout group to support. Boop, boop. If you need help getting into a breakout group, let us know.
This is Fatima Salon. Did you want me to go ahead and move you and Nova into one of the rooms?
Yeah. Can one of us be in room number 1?
Yeah, I'll put you in room 1.
puso el sol, es cosa de nublados. No apostaste tú, perdieron los que odiaron. Te vieron pasar mi calle con tu estrella. No es resucitar, es tanta huella. No es resucitar, es tanta huella. Vuelve a ser amor, que mi pueblo lo está esperando. Vuelve a ser amor, como cuando te ibas sembrando. Vuelve a ser amor para que cantar no sea solo canción. Vuelve a ser amor, vuelve a ser amor, que mi pueblo lo está esperando. Vuelve a ser amor, como cuando te ibas sembrando. Vuelve a ser amor para que cantar no sea solo canción. Vuelve a ser amor, vuelve a ser amor, vuelve a ser amor cuando te ibas sembrando. Vuelve a ser amor, vuelve, vuelve, vuelve. Vuelve a ser amor, vuelve a ser amor. Vuelve a ser amor.
Cuando la tarde languidece, renace en la sombra, y en la inquietud los cafetales vuelven a sentir dicha triste canción de amor de la vieja molinda. En el letargo de la noche parece gemir. Cuando la tarde languidece, renace en la sombra, y en la inquietud los cafetales vuelven a sentir dicha triste canción de amor de la vieja molinda.
aprendimos a quererte desde la histórica altura donde el sol de tu bravura le puso cerco a la muerte.
Aquí se queda la clara, la entrañable transparencia de tu querida presencia, comandante Che Guevara.
Tu mano gloriosa y fuerte sobre la historia dispara cuando todo Santa Clara se despierta para verte.
Aquí se queda la clara, la entrañable transparencia de tu querida presencia, comandante Che Guevara.
Vienes quemando la brisa con soles de primavera para plantar la bandera con la luz de tu sonrisa.
Aquí se queda la clara, la entrañable transparencia de tu querida presencia, comandante Che Guevara.
Tu amor revolucionario te conduce a nueva empresa donde espera la firmeza de tu brazo libertario.
Seguiremos adelante como junto a ti seguimos y con Fidel te decimos hasta siempre, comandante. Aquí se queda la clara, la entrañable transparencia de tu querida presencia, comandante Che Guevara. Aquí se queda la clara, la entrañable transparencia de tu querida presencia, comandante Che Guevara. Aquí se queda la clara, la entrañable transparencia de tu querida presencia, comandante Che Guevara.
El silencio del monte va preparando un adiós. La palabra que se dirá in memoriam será la explosión. Se perdió el hombre de este siglo allí, su nombre y su apellido son fusil contra fusil. Se quebró la cáscara del viento al sur y sobre la primera cruz despierta la verdad.
Welcome back to the main group. I hope you all had enough time to get to know each other a little bit and also dream a little bit about organizing either your own car caravan or just share what has been like engaging, right, for you from what you've seen. So I wanted to just give some time maybe we got a couple of questions in case there was anything logistical about organizing a car caravan. And then we can also do some sharing from each group to just share what ideas or dreams of organizing car caravan you all came up with in the groups. So I just wanted to ask, does anybody want to go first? Any volunteers from any group? With any questions first? I think I have a question from my group that we can answer in front of everyone. Okay, let me just start with the question from my group was if you needed a permit to do a car caravan. And I am being reassured that you don't need a permit since it's just driving down the street. And you can also, because I think for some people, they decide to go to a place afterwards. There might be a permit for like a park if you're assembling with like a loudspeaker for a long time. But we can share some more resources about that. So let's hear back from the groups. Let me start, maybe Deborah, I don't know if you'd be willing to jump in and share from our group some of the ideas that were shared by people about organizing a really engaging car caravan. Deborah, are you still with us?
Hi.
Yeah.
No, I think the group shared a little bit about, including myself, about goals would be, and a vision would be obviously something that emulates not a parade, kind of like a parade, but only in the feel of it with tons of flags, people, tons of people. And I personally thought it would be good because I'm kind of new to learning about all this, to have spaces where people can learn more about Cuba and can learn more about the blockade and can learn more about the impacts of the blockade. So I thought that's definitely needed. So I guess if it's just a caravan, car parade, then maybe no permits are needed. But if there's other things that you're planning on having, like you said, an ending place or a beginning place where you maybe have those resources, then I guess you will need some sort of permit. But that's all I can remember from my group.
Thank you, Deborah. And I'll just mention that Buana and Volti also shared that having like a lot of posters, loudspeakers, Cuban music would cause like people to kind of like pause and get involved and join us. Thank you. Okay, let's see, maybe someone from Sulan's group. And I think we can just invite anybody else, any of the volunteers from other groups to just jump in after that. And maybe somebody from Sulan's group can share.
Who wants to give a recap? We violated the instructions and I don't think we figured it out, but I want to like voluntold like Anai or Bill. I don't know if either of you feel comfortable.
Hi everyone, this is Anai. I don't always have the best memory, so anyone in my group, please feel free to jump in. We just talked about there are different levels of experience in our group. Both Sulan and I live close to each other and haven't been a part of a caravan here, and so we're just having questions around what really is most effective, and how music and just having things that feel really inviting and warm and make people really want to listen and and connect with us is important. And we also talked about education and what that looks like. We really were inspired by hearing about what folks in the Southwest are doing around using this time and this kind of organizing to share some knowledge about this work, which is really cool. And then Bill, who's more has more experience around this, shared also that some folks will ride their bicycles along the caravan just to make sure that traffic stops, and then make sure to hand out flyers, information, so that folks who are sort of around in the peripheries get that information. I think that's it, but please feel free to jump in, anyone.
Thank you, Anai. Anybody else from that group want to add anything else? I just wanted to lift up those ideas, because I think when we hear car caravan, you think that it has to involve cars, right? But like, you can adjust it and have it, have it done with like bicycles. If you wanted to actually just do like a march as well, that's also like really, really fun. If it's more accessible. I know that somebody in our group shared that where they're from in the UK, doing a car caravan might be a little difficult. And that's totally fine. I think the point of us taking the time to talk about a car caravan as an action for solidarity with Cuba is really to just give an idea of something that we've been doing, that a lot of groups have been doing, that's been working well in terms of taking up space. But if there's another thing that you all can think of that maybe incorporates some of the activities that a car caravan includes, then you can do that, because the idea is to be able to like educate folks in the community around you, to engage people with this idea of solidarity with Cuba, get folks asking questions, and take up space in that way. Can we get some more volunteers? We have a couple more minutes to just share some of the other ideas that were shared in the smaller groups. Anybody else? Don't be shy, y'all. We can take any a minute or two of ideas. You don't have to be on the spot for too long. You can raise your hand. Thank you. Thank you, Molly, for reminding me. Yes, you can raise your hand to speak. Molly, you can go ahead and share.
Hi, I was in group before, and I'll just tell you, give you like a summary of what we had kind of talked about. But one of the things we talked about was being constructively disruptive, and how doing the caravan, can disrupt like workspaces or traffic, and that causes people to have conversations. I had mentioned that where I teach, there's a caravan that comes by on Thursdays, and it always makes for conversation in the classroom about what's happening. And so thinking about like the routes that we pick and what time of day for like what would be a great time for people to like create conversation. And then we talked about for as far as like visuals, we talked about flags and hashtags, having a PA system with messages and music. And then I was thinking in our kind of current technological day and age, we could have QR codes that are printed and put on windows, and people can scan them, when the cars have stopped or are slowing down, if people can, to take them to a place where they can like learn more. Yeah. If anybody else in my group wants to chime in with things I forgot.
Great job, Molly. Thank you.
Oh, we got some affirmations from Molly. I love this group. Thank you. Those are great ideas. And also some logistical things that are necessary in the planning of a car caravan. And like, I think that like what we said earlier, sometimes what you do beforehand is a big draw to the event, and sometimes where you end up, like the destination of the car caravan, is also a big part of the event. So that route of the car caravan or like the bike march or whatever is super important, to be able to let people know like what the plan is and where to go, and what to expect. So great. If there's anyone else that would like to volunteer and share what was shared in their group, you can raise your hand, and then we can unmute you to speak. Anybody else?
We want to hear from all the groups, y'all, so we can learn from each other and hear each other's voices. Even if someone from your group has shared, it's okay to come off mute and let us be in community with you all.
Yes, well, so you can go to reactions at the bottom of your screen where there's like a smiley face and a plus sign, and you can click on raise hand in order to raise your hand. And that way we'll know that you want to speak and we'll unmute you. Go ahead, Sally Fu.
Hey y'all, so I was in group 4 with Molly, and we had a great conversation. Something I was thinking about after we got off the call was like maybe trying to make the concept of a car caravan like culturally relevant to where the place where you are. So I know that where I live is something that I'm interested in trying, especially since coming back from Cuba last night, is car shows are actually very big culturally where I live. And so I'm like, okay, so maybe caravans are different for us, but like, how do I use that concept of a car show, which is already culturally relevant, and repurpose it or rebrand it with my community? So yeah, that was just a thought.
I love that idea. That is so good because you're making it your own. And I can already imagine people wanting to show up, maybe either for both reasons or just for the car, and then being engaged on this topic and having lots of questions and meeting a lot of people. Y'all can also share affirmations for any of the ideas in the chat, or what you like, what is inspiring you with other things like this idea that was just shared. Okay, anyone else would like to share? You can put your hands up by going to reactions and raising your hand there. I think we have time for, one more. And if somebody from your group already shared, but now you've been inspired and you have something new, that's totally fine. You can also raise your hand and share any new ideas that you have. Let's get a few seconds. Anybody? Okay, that's totally fine. I want to share, I wanted to lift up a couple of things that were shared earlier, in the fact that not only does this action of car caravan require like a plan, but there's a lot of different ways that you can approach it, in terms of where you go, how you go, right? What you say, the speakers, the visuals that you show throughout the car caravan. If you end up doing it with like bikes, for example, you can put stuff on bikes. For those of us who like to have like a destination either or a gathering rather before or afterwards, you can bring in food and refreshments to be able to replenish kind of that energy for folks, especially if it's a longer route, or if it's like a warm day or a cold day. Nesbit, go ahead. share your ideas with us. Oh, I think we have to unmute you. Can we unmute Nesbit? I think, yeah, there you go.
I was just going to say that I think this is very appropriate for us to talk about caravans today, because there's going to be a very exciting car caravan tomorrow in Miami. And a number of people who were on the IFCO Pastors for Peace Caravan Brigade will be at that caravan, Cheryl Labash being one. And my wife and I are going down from West Palm Beach, Florida down there. And we plan to stand the line and withstand the Gocinos who are going to try to attack us and shout us down and whatever. And there are going to be flags and placards and music and loudspeakers. It's going to be very, very exciting. And I just wanted to invite anyone in Southern Florida who's in that area, come on to Miami tomorrow, and we're going to have a dynamic car caravan. And I think that discussing a car caravan continental-wide is just really wonderful. And I think it's great. Just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Nesbit. You're reading my mind. What we want to do is, I want to share, we're going to put in the chat some resources for folks about organizing a car caravan. And we also want to invite folks to share in the chat as well, upcoming car caravans in the area. But let's first just share some of the toolkits and tips for organizing a car caravan. If there's any like lingering questions that people have right now, let us know in the chat. If you think that like this is all that you needed in terms of like understanding what a car caravan is and how, you know, to organize it generally, please let us know in the chat, because it'd be good to know if you all have like most of the resources that you need. And hopefully the toolkits and the protest tips also will fill in any gaps. Okay, wonderful. Also let us know if there is anything that you would like to get more support on. Maybe that's something that we can email you all with more information about in the future, especially if it's helpful in terms of organizing our car caravan in the near future. So let's just talk about the actions we're going to take. I'm going to read a list of some suggested actions, and just let me know if this resonates with you and if you're interested in doing it. Cool? Thumbs up, everyone. Yes, yes. Wonderful. Okay. Action 1 is, who's planning to join an upcoming car caravan? And like Nesbit just shared, if you know of any upcoming car caravan dates and locations, please share it in the chat. We'd love for you all to make the connections to each other and join. Anybody who's joining a car caravan in the near future? Cool, I see some hearts. That's totally fine too. You put in the chat, or you could put thumbs up or a heart. So who's actually thinking, I've got ideas of organizing my own car caravan or something like it? I know Deborah had ideas, right? So put it down in the chat as well. How many of you are interested in creating your own? Nice, Shanice, wonderful, great. Okay, action 3. Who is interested in organizing with us at Venceremos Brigade, maybe traveling with us to Cuba, taking action with us? Let us know in the chat if you're interested in getting connected. We'd love to organize with you. Wonderful, Sally Fu, so excited. And another suggestion is, if you are going to join another revolutionary organization and you're going to connect with us that way in terms of solidarity for Cuba that's wonderful. Please let us know in the chat as well, any of the groups that you're thinking about joining or getting more involved with. It'd be really good to know that y'all are comrades in the struggle for the long period. Cool. Wonderful. So great. So before we pass on the mic for the closing of this conference, I'd like to just invite y'all to make some noise, either with your hands like this, or you're in the chat with your words. And thank you all for bringing your creativity and your energy to this last workshop of the conference. So I
Hey,
guess,
Nova, before we close, could we just make a little room for a couple questions?
Yeah.
One question that I saw Comrade brought up before they got off is around security. Do folks have any thoughts on how to be safe during car caravans or best practices that people have used? Please raise your hand, come off mute. Oni, I see you.
I see another hand. I want to know if that person is like on a team. So I just wanted to see who that other person is. I guess it's just me. Okay, so yeah, security question. I feel like it's really important because, like, as the comrade who asked this pointed out, the subject of Cuba brings out a lot of reactionaries, particularly in parts of the United States like Florida, and in parts of the United States where there's like a large reactionary Cuban diaspora. So it's like really an essential component of organizing a car caravan. And we have done them monthly since March here in Tiwa territory. We realized in July, when the protests started happening on the island and Cuba was in the US media cycle here, that we had to create a real plan for security. And so the approach we took was training people in de-escalation, just like a very brief verbal de-escalation training, talking to them about like not engaging folks in back and forth discussions or arguments, talking to them about like best strategies for getting folks like more regulated, talking about strategies for getting them away from the main action of the event so the event can proceed while de-escalation continues. And so like the main things we learned is that you need to have a team of people. For a car caravan that was attended by like 50 folks, we had 4 teams of 2, and that was plenty. We also knew that we had to like train folks. We weren't necessarily looking for like, you know, the stereotype of like a big masculine cishet dude. Like it was a skill that anybody could do. We wanted to like democratize the skills within our community. So we trained them in this de-escalation training that the APRP actually has. And then we did role playing so they could practice the skill. And all of this we were able to pull off in like 30 minutes before the event. Then we like stationed those folks throughout the caravan, but also throughout the rally when we had speakers. And we did actually have a disruption in July. Folks came up right into the middle of our rally, yelling, carrying on, telling us that there was no blockade and so on and so forth. And they were very quickly intercepted. They were taken away from the main circle. The rally continued and we just like talked them down until they got bored and left. So like oftentimes like that's what it looks like. And the most important thing is to have a plan. It doesn't have to be super complicated. You don't need like lots of big guys. You just need to have a plan and people who are organized to carry it out. And oftentimes you will find that mitigates a lot of the issues. But I would also be really interested to hear from anyone that's organized a caravan in a bigger city, like in Florida or, you know, in Chicago or the Bay, about how y'all approach this.
Yes, thank you. What else? Please raise your hand or just come off mute if you can. I know in the Pacific Northwest and some car caravans we have had, we're also doing similar de-escalation, but also who's in which cars, and thinking through who are in cars in the back, and what are some tactics, including like just driving slower to try to isolate cars that could come up to try to get involved in the caravan, to just try to keep them as separate as possible. Nesbitt, what do you have any plans or thoughts for what might you guys do in Florida tomorrow?
I was trying, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to let other people speak. But one of the main things, as Yesunwu was saying, is that is to plan. And both in the Bay Area and in Miami, they had certain selected individuals who were security people or who were honor people who not only stood at the various different corners and the various different turning points, but in the Bay Area, sometimes it was necessary because sometimes we had an antagonistic police force to communicate with the police and let them know what our route was, and let them know exactly how many cars that would be and what have you. And it was important because at various crowded intersections, it was important for you to go through and not stop and stagger your car caravan. So it's always good to have security people or honor people who canvass the entire caravan, and also who communicate with each other by phone to let people know exactly where you're going. Very important for security.
Thank you. We have time for maybe one or two more people, either more shares for this security question or other questions that folks may have. This is a space to get started on our car caravan. Okay, we're so grateful to be here with y'all. Before we go to our next, our closing section, yeah, we invite people to keep putting any questions or closing thoughts in the chat, but wanted to pass it back to Nova to run through our calls to action one more time so they stay.
For sure. So the first one was, if you are planning on joining an upcoming car caravan, either one that you know about or one that we can connect you to, put it in the chat. We'd love to have you join one before the end of the year. The second action was, if you are super inspired to organize your own car caravan, let us know as well. We shared the tips and a toolkit. We can also answer any other like lingering questions in case you wanted some more support. Wonderful. I see that someone is already sharing that they are going to be at the New York City car caravan tomorrow. Please let us know more details in the chat, Tony. I think we also wanted to know who is interested. Oops, I'm having difficulty pulling up my notes, y'all. Sulan, what was the third one?
We want to invite you to join us as the brigade and come to our organizing meetings, travel to Cuba with us, interact with our magical collective brilliance that shows up on the internet. We welcome you and we want you. And then the final one is just, if we're not it for you, like that's great. We're just calling for people to join a revolutionary organization that is home for them. As we learned so many times today, it's not just the initial fight, but it's the long-term work we do together. Thank you for coming to our car caravan workshop, and we will switch back into our closing comments.
Okay, y'all, we are coming to the close of our conference. We want to thank all of you so much for joining us today, for staying present through a pretty long day. I'm sure that you're tired. I'm tired. Also, thank you to our ASL interpreters, to our Spanish translators. I know we were putting y'all through it because we talked too fast, but y'all stuck with it and allowed us to make this presentation accessible to our comrades on the island and beyond. So we thank you so much. Thank you to the tech team who put together such a gorgeous conference, so smooth into the breakout rooms and all the transitions. The music was wonderful. Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all to the wider BP community for showing up to facilitate, to MC the event. This was truly a collaborative conference. We could not have done it without a very large community of folks who are dedicated to solidarity with Cuba and to helping build the Venceremos Brigade. So thank you so much. It's been a beautiful day. So now we want to take a little bit of time to finish up our reflections upon the day. We have that slide deck available where you have been sharing your thoughts on the little Post-it note stickers. We want to direct you to slides 31 to 41, where you'll find some more blank stickers. And we'd love for you to add your reflections on the sticky notes about the last session you were just a part of, the Organizing a Car Caravan Workshop. So the link for the slides has been dropped in the chat. It's not clickable, so we might want to put it again. But we want you to go to these slides, find slide 31 through 41, and add your reflections and thoughts on the last workshop, the How to Organize a Car Caravan Workshop. So we're gonna put on some music for a few moments and give y'all some time to do that. Just a little time for reflection. Oh yeah, and then also use this would be a really good time to go back and review the previous slides. I actually was doing it earlier and y'all had some like really beautiful thoughts on those slides. So please go read what folks have been saying, add your own thoughts, and then we'll come back here for the rest of the closing.
Dos gardenias para ti, con ella quiero decir, te quiero, te adoro, mi vida. Ponle todas tu atención, que serán tu corazón y el mío. Dos gardenias para ti, que tendrán todo el calor de un beso, de esos besos que te di y que jamás te encontrarán en el calor de otro querer. A tu lado vivirán y se hablarán como cuando estás conmigo. Y hasta creerán que se dirán te quiero. Pero si un atardecer las gardenias de mi amor se mueren, es porque han adivinado que tu amor me ha traicionado porque existe otro querer. A tu lado vivirán y se hablarán solo cuando estás conmigo. Y hasta creerán que se dirán te quiero. Pero si un atardecer las gardenias de mi amor se es porque han adivinado que tu amor me ha traicionado porque existe otro querer. Es porque han adivinado que tu amor me ha traicionado porque existe otro querer.
Voy a vivir a la luna, ya tomé mis decisiones. Voy a vivir a la luna, ya tomé mis decisiones. Solo volveré a la tierra cuando me den vacaciones. Solo volveré a la tierra cuando me den vacaciones. Mandaré a tapar el sol con una nube gigante. Mandaré a tapar el sol. Quiero que todo esté fresco. Allí no quiero calor. Quiero que todo esté fresco. Allí no quiero calor. Santiaguera, me llevo para la luz, la alegría santiaguera, el amor de mi Guajira y el verde de mis palmeras, el amor de mi Guajira y el verde de mis palmeras. A la luna yo me voy.
A la luna
All right, y'all. Thank you so much for taking that time for reflection, for review of over all of the many things we learned together today. Now I'm going to pass it to my comrade Sulon to talk about what's coming up next for the Venceremos Brigade.
Hello. Thank you again for coming to spend this time with us. It was so magical. So as we've said a couple of times today, the Venceremos Brigade, we do voluntary labor, we do political education, and we engage in civil disobedience against the blockade. Come with us for our next brigade. We would love to have you. Email us, DM us on our Instagram. Just let us know that you're interested. Our email is in the chat. Our website is in the chat. So we have you on our list. And then check our website for updates. Two other things to shout out before we move on to the next part of our closing is one that our fellow NCC member and longtime champion of revolutionary things and Cuba things, our comrade Nesbitt, who is here today with us, was interviewed on the Belly of the Beast. His interview is so good. You should really check it out. That link is also in the chat. And then finally, in the VB, we organize nationally and internationally, but we're grounded by our local committees. Those are our local groups of Venceremos Brigade. It's where we organize our car caravan. It's where we do a lot of our everyday work. And so many of our local committee people are here today. There's some LA folks, there's some New York folks, Bay Area folks, a very, very small and starting up Florida chapter. So please, if you want to join us, email us, DM us. We want to bring you on the brigade. We want to connect you with our local committees. And now I'm going to pass it to my comrade Fanny for this next part of our closing.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So now I just want to say that I want to welcome everybody to type in the chat. What is it that you're taking with you today from today's conference? And if you're interested in carrying the work that we're doing with Cuba, in the resistance and liberation and sovereignty that Cuba has been maintaining throughout the revolution. So that's one thing. If you're interested, or if you would like to share by raising your hand and sharing what it is that you're taking with you from today's presentation, and if you're interested in working with us. Don't be shy. I know it's been a long day, but the work that we're doing is amazing. And we want to welcome you guys to be part of it as well.
I see Salifu has his hand raised.
Hey, so I am walking away from today with a reinforced feeling that another way is possible. It doesn't matter what people tell us here, that it's like unrealistic, or it's pie in the sky, or you're not being practical or pragmatic with the things that you believe and the way that you believe the world could be, because Cuba already has proven that it is possible, that these alternative ways of living and being do exist. And if we want it, we just gotta fight for it. We gotta work for it.
Thank you. That was amazing. Anybody else? Woo woo. Okay, so I'm gonna go and ask the second question that I have is, what can we do to commit to pour back into Cuba in return for everything that Cuba has given?
Fight to end the blockade.
Yes. We need to end the blockade. We need to advocate for that, because it does have an impact on our everyday lives since we don't have access to the medical advancements that they have. The blockade actually prevents us from having access to that. And it prevents them from also expanding on their research because they don't have the means. But that doesn't keep them from doing the work. That doesn't keep them from protecting their country. And if nobody else has anything to add, don't be shy. I'm gonna also post a Google form on the chat. It's for a conference survey. Do feel free to fill it out, open it. Thank you, Rachel. Oh. If you guys open it, you can complete it. So if you can complete the form. Okay. I hope everybody filled their surveys. I know I did. And I know it's the end of the day, but thank you all. Like, this has been an amazing journey, and I hope to see many of you. And I'm gonna go ahead and pass it back to Sulam.
Okay, me and Oni are gonna close it out. So our final words to leave y'all with are a little bit of a farewell framing. So we continued our everydays to live in the wreckage of the failure of capitalism, of imperialism, of white supremacist heteropatriarchy in the so-called United States. And we live in the daily violence of capitalism and the impact of the extraction and commodification of water and land. It sucks.
Oh, it's me. But we have a model of a better way to live in existence right now as we speak, less than 100 miles off the southeast coast of the United States. Revolutionary Socialist Cuba is still alive. Revolutionary Socialist Cuba is showing a better way. Revolutionary Socialist Cuba is surviving constant attacks, once again, from the most dangerous empire that has ever existed in human history. And so we know that a better way is possible because Cuba shows us definitively that a better way is possible. And so we have to understand that Cuba's existence in the world is a victory for all people fighting for social justice. The Cuban Revolution was a victory for humanity and all life on Earth. We have a responsibility to defend and protect that example, to prevent this empire from wiping those people out for fighting for their liberation and our own. We have a responsibility to agitate from within the belly of the beast to stop the US empire's attempts to overthrow social justice movements, to overthrow revolutions, to starve people to death, all for fighting for freedom. We have the power as citizens of this empire to organize to demand this stop. The only thing missing at this point is not numbers, is not resources, it's not even capacity. It is a lack of organization that is the only thing standing in our way on the path to a better world. So we have to get organized, get active in the fight for international solidarity and the fight to end the blockade. That means being active in Cuba solidarity organizations like the Venceremos Brigade, like the National Network on Cuba. It also, and Pastors for Peace, of course, it also means getting active in organizations fighting for justice, fighting in the struggles that we believe in. My political home is the All African People's Revolutionary Party, but there are hundreds of organizations, thousands of organizations across this land that are fighting for a better world, that need your help, that need capacity, that need your contributions, that need your skills. So join an organization fighting for justice, get active in the movement if you're not yet, and help us build the mass people's movement on this land that can demand the end of the blockade, that can demand healthcare and housing and education and all the things that we need to live. We need to build the movement that is powerful enough to win those things. And the only way we're going to be able to do that is if we are active in organizations fighting for justice. I also want to say that the example of Cuba is not just an example of a people fighting for their liberation and winning and building a better world. It's also an example of the power of humanism and collectivism and moving in solidarity. Because one thing about Cuba, they fought an armed struggle. They won 2 times, first against Spain, then against the United States. And then after they won that armed struggle, they didn't just sit back and say, we're going to focus on ourselves. They said, no, we are going to go out of our way to assist struggles for liberation, struggles against capitalism and imperialism and colonialism all over the world. They intervened or they sent assistance over 17 times to anti-colonial struggles on the African continent. They have, throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, sent doctors all over the planet, medicine all over the planet. They have helped nations living under fascist capitalist rule provide basic healthcare infrastructure for their people. And so Cuba has shown up for the world in a massive way. Cuba is a model of solidarity that we all must learn from. If we live up to Cuba's example, we will build a much, much better world. And that's what this conference was all about. So we want to thank y'all so much for joining us. As a reminder, if you haven't yet, please fill out the survey. We very, very much would like your feedback. So the next conference, the next brigade will be even better. But thank you so much for spending your day with us. Thank you so much for your contributions and your participation. We hope that you have a good rest of your Saturday or whatever.
Ladies and gentlemen, now from Cuba, que lo que hay con Cuba, para que lo vamos a decir en inglés, mejor suéltalo en el español. Hello.
Cuéntame, ¿cómo te ha ido? Si has conocido la felicidad. Cuéntame,
tú sabes
cómo te va. Y yo por aquí muy bien, y tú por allá que volar.
Charangarera.
Dice que se siente bien, que Miami es la locura, pero le falta La Habana, el chifre y la sabrosura. Dice que tiene dinero, el carro que ella soñó, pero no encuentra en Miami lo que en La Habana dejó. Ahora te voy a contar algo que me sucedió. Yo que la quería tanto, pero se fue y me dejó.
La chica
Quería hacerse famosa, quería ganarse un Grammy y salió a probar su suerte, avión destino Miami. Dice que se siente bien,
Oye, Chacal.
Miami es la locura,
Te oí.